Good morning and welcome everyone to the April 22nd, 2021 meeting of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. I want to thank all who are in attendance. I'm going to run down the list of attendees as shown on my screen here and do the introductions. Like I said in the past, we normally go around the table, but I think it's easier to just have me say who's present. And then as people join, we'll make a note of it so that it's clear to Lindy. Okay, so I'm Bert Lay. I'm the chair and also a Coldwater representative on the council. We're joined this morning by Brian Anderson, who is another Coldwater rep. We've got Cal Black. We're getting some background from the division. Not sure if we can quiet that. Okay, I think they're muted now. So we have Brian Anderson, Coldwater rep. We have Cal Black, Southeast Regional Biologist. We have Chris Crockett, who is a Central Region Biologist. Dave Hoonan, who is our Southern Region Representative. George Weekly, Vice Chair and at-large member. Jordan Nielsen, our Southeast Regional Rep. Ken Strong, our Central Region Rep. Mike Fisher, our Commercial Fishing Representative. We've got Natalie Warren, biologist from the Northeast Region. Nick Braithwaite from the Southern Region, biologist from the Southern Region. Randy Opplinger, Sport Fishing Coordinator for the Division of Wildlife Resources. Rex Infanger. Rex is a warm water representative, one of two. We've got Russ Lawrence, who is our Northern Region representative. And I also see Carmen McDonald listed among the attendees. I'm not sure who Carmen is. Anybody want to introduce Carmen? Perhaps Carmen can introduce himself.
I think, Bert, that might be the I don't know what to put it, the DWR tech person's login for running the meeting. So,
okay, well, thank you to the DWR tech folks for running this and doing the YouTube recording. Did I miss anyone? I think that's about it. All right, well, let's get it underway. I sent out the agenda a while ago, and we'll proceed. Randy and I received draft minutes from our November meeting from Lindy a couple days ago, and I apologize I didn't get to reviewing them until this morning, but I'm looking them over and we'll be sending them out later today. I figured really there wasn't enough time for us to go through them in detail. And they're an important set of minutes because they capture our scoring process for 2020. And there are several comments that are worth noting there. We will begin by saying, I'll say that the Northeast region had wanted us to score, and I'm now escaping the name, but we'll talk about that. It is Red Fleet Reservoir, but they have since decided perhaps it would be best to delay that. So later in the meeting, we'll be talking more about our efforts to reevaluate waters currently listed as Blue Ribbon Fisheries in this new year. So let's go ahead and proceed with regional reports. And first up, we have the Southeast region, and Cal is here, and so is Jordan. I'm not sure who's going to take it, but take it away.
You want me to start off, Jordan?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Awesome. I'm going to start off with our big project that we've been working on in the region for the last probably 3-4 months, which is the northern pike collection and spawn at Recapture Reservoir. I've discussed this before in previous meetings. We've been down January and February, March collecting pike for our disease collection. Excuse me. And finally in early April, we were able to get the thumbs up from our fish health folks and time it to collect pike for spawn. So this is part of our tiger muskie propagation for the state of Utah. Our job this year was to collect at least 5 female pike and spawn them with other male pike to create a northern pike brood source to go into the hatcheries. They are trying to do a captive brood for our tiger muskie propagation. So we collected 10 females and about 40 males. We had no problem collecting males, but we wished we could have got a few more females. Our plans were to collect fish and spawn the first week of April and then the second week of April. And unfortunately, the night before we were going to spawn, we had some COVID issues come up with some of our personnel and our staffing. And so through lots of protocols and distancing, we were able to at least get one spawn done be 2 weeks ago on April 8th, where we spawned 6 females of northern pike with 3 male pike per each female. And those eggs were collected and are at Fountain Green, I believe. If Randy might can correct me if I'm wrong. And last I heard, we do have some fish already hatching from that cross. If I heard Craig Walker correctly from a meeting the other day. So the other part of this project was we were hoping to have enough females to do crosses with muskie milt and do some standard tiger muskie spawning there or crosses. And unfortunately, not all the females were ready. And so we were not able to do any of our extra tiger muskie spawn this year or collection or crosses down recapture. And because of the COVID issues and stuff, we had to cancel the second week. We ran out of muskie milt for trying to collect any more eggs or spawn this year. So we wrapped everything up. It was a pretty good success for us, with it being the first time we've collected pike and spawned them at the reservoir probably in 20 years. So over and all, after about a dozen trips down and working on this project, I think it was at least successful. We have fish potentially swimming at the hatchery right now for our northern pike brood. One other thing about this project was they took 4 of the spawned females and 4 of the green females, and we tagged them to distinguish which ones were which, and they are at the Springville hatchery. And so they are going to watch to see if a wild fish that was spawned lakeside, after holding them for a year in the hatchery, if they will produce gametes and be able to be spawned next year. And so those females that we collected and spawned and the extra ones that we had all went to Springville hatchery to be on this project for having all the options available for tiger muskie propagation in the state. So after about 8,000 miles, it feels like in the last few weeks down there, I think we're finally done with pike for the meanwhile. So moving on, water levels and drought conditions are a concern for us down here this year, like the rest of the state.
Cal,
Yes.
if I could please, are the pike, I don't know if are they a pelagic spawner or they're a red spawner. I just don't know enough to. Evidently, this must be fairly complicated to get them to spawn right there at recapture. Sorry.
No, they're kind of a red. They broadcast their eggs on vegetation, and so not depending on water levels, it's trying to find the flats that have flooded, willows or flooded, vegetation where they can spawn. And using our fish finders and stuff, our down imaging on our fish finders was actually the best thing we could use to find fish in that 10 to 15 foot range. They seem to be stacked in flats with vegetation. Anywhere else, they were, not nowhere else in the reservoir other than those particular few areas. So quite interesting to learn how they, respond from ice off to spawning. And I was in there Monday, Tuesday this week, and we have uniform water temperatures now from 20 feet down to surface, and they've dispersed and they're all over the reservoir now feeding. So it was literally 10 days, 12 days, and they were done.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yep. I saw a note from you, Randy. I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, I was just adding to what you said, just giving some background on what we have in our hatcheries for tiger muskie this year. My understanding is that I think we've got about 150,000 fish swimming around in our hatcheries. I think if you sum up the total fish need statewide, I think it's about 75,000 muskies. So we've got about twice as many muskie as we need. Problem is we have to raise them and do some health testing on them, and in the meantime, we'll lose a lot of those fish. There's pretty significant cannibalism in the hatcheries. I'm still betting we come close to that 75,000 mark once everything's said and done. Crockett just added something. Yes, his region contributed a lot of those eggs come out of the U.S., so that was our primary source. I think we'll probably get into that, but recapture definitely supplemented our efforts, and it was the first year kind of playing around recapture, seeing what we can do. And the other thing I added is this week we brought in tiger muskie from Nebraska. They seem to always produce in excess, and they're pretty willing to give them away to us. So I'm not sure the number that we brought in, but those went out, I think, Tuesday night, Wednesday morning kind of thing into a bunch of waters. They're not going to be very big, probably 2 inches long, something like that. But regardless, I guess my point is I think we're having a pretty good muskie here between what we're doing in our hatcheries and what we brought in from Nebraska. We should be meeting our quotas and getting a good number of fish out this year.
Thanks, Randy. So yeah, moving on to our water levels, we've had the local Emery Water Conservancy districts and water user groups reach out to the division and other partners this year and kind of let us know that they're expecting, conservation pools on most of our reservoirs and the Carbon and Emery water systems this year. Lower Gooseberry Reservoir above Schofield Reservoir in September will be drawn down for dam work. It should only be a few feet lower than it typically is, but the Forest Service has to go down the foot of the outlet and cut off a pipe, a siphon pipe that's no longer being used. That way it will quit blocking the outflow of the reservoir. So that was going to be quite low. Huntington Reservoir went into winter below the boat ramp. I think it was around 40% or 35% capacity going into winter. It may not fill up enough to launch a boat there this year with the current snowpack. So Mammoth is going to be a tough one to fish from a boat. Mill site is still low enough that you can't launch a watercraft either, and that one's going to be iffy if it's going to come back up. And they expect to drop that one by September and August back down to dead pool, which would be about 12% or 18% capacity. I think it's 12%, so very low. Even Joe's Valley, they are expecting the boat ramp to be out of water by mid to late August. The Conservancy District believes that it's going to be drained down low enough that even the new extension that we had poured a year ago is going to be high and dry. So just if you're looking to get out with a boat, early summer will probably be your best bet for a lot of these reservoirs down here, because by mid to late fall, I think a lot of them are going to be pretty dry. So, and tough to launch any large watercraft. Speaking of Joe's Valley, the boat dock was installed this past week or week and a half ago by the Forest Service. This is the new boat dock that was part of our project up there, and we've had a lot of good turnout. People are liking it. We've already had requests for 2 more in the area for some other reservoirs. So the users like it already. So that's good to see. The old boat dock that was there that kind of floated, the Forest Service has fixed it up and they're working on moving it to the west side of the reservoir on the old boat ramp. This year, of course, it probably will be high and dry, but their idea is to um, cable it off to the old boat ramp in the Sealy Bay and use it more as a fishing platform or small watercraft um, launch area. Maybe not quite launch area, I should say, but more tie off where people can get out and use the restroom and stuff like that. But also make it a kind of a fishing pier type thing that can be moved up and down with water levels there in Sealy Bay. So the Forest Service is working on that for us. And finally, the ice is coming off at Schofield. There's been people up there fishing along the shoreline. Probably about another week and a half before everything's going to be completely ice free, and we'll be gill netting that here in early May. So that's all I had going on regionally. Maybe Jordan might have something else.
Cal, do you have a date on the gill netting, and do you need help?
So it will be early May, but we're still going to have it be division employees only right now. With
Okay.
kind of how some of the COVID issues have popped up, we're going to try to keep it our internal office only folks. So we may even pull nets and bring them back to our office again, like we did last year, just to keep numbers down. So hopefully by this fall, we'll be able to invite everybody again and have a big party that way. So I don't like picking chubs and crayfish out of gill net. So
Jordan, did you have any additional comments?
I just want to add that we finished our winter in-stream flow lease on Lower Fish Creek for the year in March. We averaged a little bit over 2 CFS of the 3.5 that we've leased. And that's just because infrastructure, that's all that can really be delivered without causing damage to the dam. I've hired an engineering firm, and I'm actually paying the Bureau of Reclamation to review some plans to put another low flow gate into the dam. And so hopefully this fall, winter, we'll be adding a low flow gate in so we can get the entire 3.5 CFS. 2 CFS just isn't enough, but it's a start, and we're working in the community to see if we can get it even higher than the 3.5 and have a more environmentally helpful in-stream flow on Lower Fish Creek through the winter. But on years like this, when it's really dry, that conversation becomes a little bit difficult and slows down quite a bit. So just wanted to report on that.
So Cal, I had a follow-up on, you mentioned Lower Gooseberry will be drained to low levels for dam repair. And also you said something about siphon tube. I was curious, you said the siphon tube is no longer being used, so it's being removed or taken out. How will this affect flows in Upper Fish Creek? And then what do you think is going to happen to Schofield levels, given that's on our list of potential candidate blue ribbon waters for next year, 2023?
So the first part, the siphon tube was designed to help mix cold water off the bottom of the reservoir and mix it back to the top of the reservoir. But we're only talking like 14 feet deep, 15 at the max on that reservoir. So that no one's ever really used it. And we've done temperature work on there, and it doesn't fluctuate that much, where the surface water is so much warmer than the water on the bottom of the reservoir. So because it used to be chained and anchored to the floor or down to the reservoir bottom, it's come up and it just sits there and floats. And so the Forest Service just wants to get it out of the way and not make it a hazard for anglers or boaters or anything like that. So And in all reality, if we needed to, we could still open up that head gate and pull water from that siphon tube and help mix it without having the 150 foot of rubber pipe out in the middle of the reservoir. So, but in the 40 years that it's been in there, it's never been used. So they decided to just get rid of it. So, and there's a way that they are planning on bypassing water um, um, through Gooseberry over the top. So when they drain it, so it's not going to impact Gooseberry Creek very much. In our discussion, it may be 2 days, 3 days max, and then um, the water levels would be about back to the same level in Gooseberry to continue down Gooseberry Creek. So shouldn't see too much of an impact with that because we're looking at low flows in September, October when we'd be in there doing that type of work. So I don't impact to see much of anything to the fishery. And then Schofield for water levels.
Yeah.
It's that one's going to be. I'm not sure. Jordan might know more. A little bit, maybe talking to the water users what they're expecting. But in 2000, I want to say 14 and 15, the reservoir went into winter at I think 12% capacity or 18%, which that's when we changed our stocking management plan from discontinuing rainbows and went to cutthroat and tigers only. And we still had fish survive at that level. It's tough, but for our trout species. But I if we get down that low, I think we'll still be okay for our management plan and seeing survival on fish. We may see potential algae blooms though this summer, depending on how low it gets and the temperature. But other than that, I think we'll still be okay.
And the
Yeah.
construction on the dam, just a quick follow up on that. When will this take place? And is there any consideration or risk of sediment plumes during the cutthroat spawn?
So what we've proposed to do is to put a new low flow gate that sits right above the current gates and empties into the air chamber, the air vent. It'll be a pretty quick and easy project actually, to put in a 6-inch pipe that'll deliver the amount of flow that we need. It'll probably be like a 2-week process in November or December. So it just depends on Bureau of Reclamation reviews and how that all goes. We should probably have our 30% design specs by the end of this week or beginning of next week, and BOR can start doing their review. So yeah, it really shouldn't affect cutthroat spawn at all. Just to add to the conversation about water level in Schofield, they're anticipating it getting very low. They're concerned that the water level is going to get lower than the intake grates on the dam, and the potential problems that could cause next winter as it starts to ice. The Water Users Association there has already cut their delivery down to 65% on the shares. So they're anticipating a dry, low water delivery year. And even at that, pretty much draining the reservoir to at least the grates. So.
And that's what it was like in 2014 and 2015. We went back-to-back winters like that water level. So fish can survive. It's just, like I said, it'll be difficult, but everything will be congregated for those muskie and wiper in there to chow down on the chubs. So that might be a plus.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Oh, Cal, go ahead.
Yep, I forgot one other thing I should mention. You guys discussed Electric Lake in the past, and I'll bring it up. Let's see, I think it's the Skyline Mine that operates underneath Electric Lake and in the area began pumping water, or will be beginning pumping water out of some of the mine shafts from underneath the reservoir, and that water will be coming down Upper Huntington Creek right at the high water mark. I was up there the other day. They've got the pumps coming out of the ground and like a 24-inch pipe coming out. I've heard it could be up to 20 CFS, and I don't know if you've heard any more, Jordan, with that or not. So there might be a different type of runoff, and it might help keep Electric Lake a little higher because that's supposed to be pumped year round now. Of water that's seeping into the mine that they'll be pumping out almost 20 CFS nonstop. So um, that's something to keep in your mind when you're up there fishing and stuff, and you see a big pipe blasting water in. That's what's happening up there.
And there's no reason for concern that this is water that's been sitting in a coal mine?
They've already been doing it. They've got another pipe just south of the boat ramp. If you ever been out there and you see that water bubbling up, that's like a 30-inch water line that's doing the same thing from a different part of the mine. So they've been doing it for decades up there. So, and they have environmental specialists who monitor the flows, the water quality on a weekly basis up there. I've talked to them quite a bit, so they're supposed to be monitoring it. So we should be okay. But we may see some changes in maybe cutthroat or kokanee running depending on flows coming off of that pipe and how fish congregate or not. So
Okay. Any further questions for Cal or Jordan? Jordan, you have any further comments?
No, I think we're good.
All right. Hearing no questions, let's proceed. We're going to move on to the southern region, and we got both Nick and Dave on the call. Not sure who's going to take it, but take it away.
So I think I'll go ahead and do the update for the southern region. I've got a short presentation just with some pictures. So I'll try sharing my screen here. All right, so you guys able to see my presentation
Yep.
now?
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay, so the first update is we did some gill netting at Minersville Reservoir. This is just our annual spring trend gill netting that we do every spring. It's the end of March that we did it, and so I wanted to update you guys on what we saw. Overall, everything looks really good. Here's a couple graphs just showing their length histograms for the fish we caught in 2020 and 2021. So these are all rainbow trout. It's mostly a rainbow trout fishery. There's a few cutthroat and brown trout in there, and then some smallmouth and wipers as well. And some of the wipers have gotten pretty nice, and people are targeting them, but it's still primarily a rainbow fishery. So these are the fish we caught in 6 nets. So it's a pretty good catch rate. I think it ended up about 33 to 35 fish per net, which is about as high as we would want to see it. Much higher than that, we might start worrying about condition. But you can see there's a lot of really nice fish. So there's kind of 2 cohorts in both the graphs. So the fish that are around 13 inches, those are the fish that were stocked the previous fall. And they go in around 10 inches and then they grow before we get them in the spring. And then the 2+ year old fish are up, 18 to 22, 23 inches. And we've just got really good numbers of those bigger fish, especially this year. And anecdotally, we've definitely seen more and heard of more fish being able to be harvested. They have the fish have to be over 22. The rainbows have to be over 22 inches to keep. So anyway, the lake looked really good. We didn't catch any chub. So the nets looked really good. Here's just some pictures, some of the nice rainbows we got. The guy who runs fly shop in Beavers came out and helped us, and he was adamant that the picture of the fly there is the best fly to use if you find yourself at Minersville. And then we've just seen a ton of use. So the picture on the bottom, I stopped there on a Tuesday, and I think I counted like 25 vehicles just in the county park area. So it's been getting a ton of use, just lots of people. The only worry I have right now is water levels, like has already been talked about, and we'll talk about more. And since I talked about Minersville, I wanted to just talk briefly about the Lower Beaver River. So it's not a blue ribbon water. I think I asked for it to be reviewed for being listed as potential a few years ago, and it didn't quite make it. But I just wanted to talk about it because we've been doing a lot of work there, and I could see it in the next 2 or 3 years. Maybe it's one we'd like people to come fish and get ranked. So it's the tailwater below Minersville, so you can see Minersville on the right there. And then there's a section that's posted, so you can't fish right below the reservoir, but then there's about 4 miles of good public access all along the highway down to the county fairgrounds. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on it. And if you find yourself at Minersville or in the area, it's worth stopping and fishing. So we've been doing some habitat work. So we were out there this spring doing a little work. So Jordan and TU are actually a partner in this project, but um, the area has been overgrown with Russian olive and tamarisks. So this spring we were in there ripping a lot of that out. There's a before, there's a during. We just went in with some excavators. We're able to use the Russian olive or big old trees, a lot of them. So we're able to use those for habitat in the river. And a lot of the tamarisk we just pile and burn. So here's an after. So we'll go in and burn those piles later in the fall or winter next year. And then we'll do some in-stream work and grazing management. There's just a couple before after pictures to give you an idea of some of the habitat work that we've been doing. And like I said, we've done the Russian olive and tamarisk treatment, and then we're also doing some stream bank. And you can see a fence there. We're trying to get grazing under control. And it goes on and off BLM and private property, but we've got pretty good access. Like I mentioned, BLM's actually doing a lot of work. They're putting in a campground, improving the facilities, putting in a hiking trail. So I think the facilities in that aspect will be improved in the next couple of years. If you go there, just expect a lot of 8 to 12-inch rainbow and brown trout, but there's always some really nice browns and rainbows. Last year we had a couple fish that were 6 or 7 pounds that were caught, so there's always some really nice fish in there. Anyway, if you find yourself there, it's worth a try. We also met at Otter Creek since our last meeting, and it looked pretty good too. So on the left are just some pictures from the netting. So it's mostly a rainbow fishery. There's a few nice cutthroat and brown trout, and then we've also got wipers in there and a few smallmouth. So the graphs on the right are rainbow again. That's predominantly what the fishery is. The rainbows going a little bit smaller, so you can see the fish that were stocked last fall are about 11 inches. So we've got a really good group of those fish we stocked last fall in there right now. And then a decent number of nice fish up around 18, 19 inches. So the nets looked really good. The other thing we've been a little bit concerned about at Otter Creek was we've had issues in the past with chub. Stocking the wipers has really helped with that. We haven't seen very many since then. But in 2019, we had this huge increase in the number of chubs. And we were really hoping that was just a result of Kusharam Reservoir, which is upstream. It has a chub problem. And they drained it and released a bunch of water. And basically, we were hoping that all that bump in 2019 was chubs from Kusharam Reservoir being flooded into the lake, and they wouldn't really last. And the netting the last couple of years is making us feel a lot better about that. But that's all it was just kind of a flash in the pan, and it's not going to become an issue. But we caught a couple really nice brown trout, some big wipers. So those predatory fish that are eating the chub seem to be doing their job. Two other items. We have a awful snowpack and water situation, like Calvin and Jordan, everybody already talked about, and I'm sure we'll hear more about. Luckily, Fish Lake and Panguitch Lake are natural lakes, so they should do relatively well. We have a conservation pool at Minersville, but it's a fairly low elevation trout fishery, and so even with our conservation pool, I worry about it a little bit. Otter Creek, we actually don't have a conservation pool there. We've just been really fortunate that the water users have kind of managed the water so that we essentially lose Paiute Reservoir frequently, but that saves us Otter Creek. The way they manage the water there, they keep enough water in Otter Creek to keep the fishery. So I really hope we don't have issues this year, but we need some more water. And then I think we have the only Washington County Blue Ribbon water we have a conservation pool on, I believe, is Gunlock. And again, I worry that if things get really bad, even the conservation pool might not help us enough. And then Lake Powell is going to be in a bad situation, but we'll probably talk about that more at the next meeting. But right now, pretty much all the lakes are ice-free, all the blue ribbon lakes except Fish Lake, and that's going soon. We even got the boat dock in at Anguich Lake yesterday. And then some upcoming works, we're planning to install the aerators at Fish Lake. So this is a Blue Ribbon project you guys helped fund with Habitat Council. So the idea with this is the marina's ice over earlier than the actual lake in the winter at Fish Lake. So this is an aerator that will keep the lakeside marina open for that period, usually in kind of late November, early December. And that way people can keep launching boats while the lake's open. So we should get that installed within the next couple weeks. And then we'll be doing gill netting at Kolob Reservoir and Anguich Lake the first week of May. So hopefully in May I can give you an update on what we see there. And then also in the May meeting, we've talked to Dr. Belk at BYU, and I know I've mentioned the study they're doing there with the quagga mussel and their impact on the fishery. So hopefully Dr. Belk thinks he should be able to be there for that May meeting and give you guys an update. If he can't be there, then either Richard or myself will give you an update, and I'll let you know what's going on at Lake Powell. Those are all the things I had kind of on my agenda to talk about, but I can answer any questions anyone might have.
Nick, this is Rex. I was wondering what Johnson's Valley Reservoir with Fish Lake probably maintaining its level. What do you expect down at Johnson's Valley?
So I've lost track of where they've had issues. They've had it, so we don't. Basically, they can drain the reservoir very low there, but they've had issues with their gate and releasing the water as low as they're allowed to take it. And I don't think they've got that fixed yet. So I think we'll still have decent. It'll get drawn down, but I don't think we're going to lose the muskie fishery or anything in there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nick, I had a question on Otter Creek Reservoir. I'm just curious how recently wipers were stocked and what the schedule is for stocking wipers, just to make sure your population is healthy there.
Yeah, and so we've so I think it was 2014 was when they were first put in there, and we've had trouble sampling them. Basically, we almost sample them in that if our chub numbers are down, then we're feeling good about them, and we'll usually catch a couple. Our gill nets just don't sample them very well. Their body type and everything, they don't sample the wipers well. So we set a couple nets out in the open water this year, up closer to the inlet where we thought it might be warmer, and maybe we'd catch a few more, and we did get a few more. So basically, and I forget I think it might be 5,000 a year. I forget the exact quota, but we're kind of keeping with that. And as long as we're getting at least a few healthy looking wipers and no chubs in our nets, then we're pretty happy with it.
Yeah.
So it's an annual stocking, just to be clear.
Yeah, it can depend. I mean, some years we put in way more when it's just been the sack fry we've got. They don't survive very well. But yeah, we just haven't seen a reason to cut back yet.
Okay, Ken, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Nick, I fished Otter Creek for the first time yesterday, and fishing was fantastic. We caught a lot of little ones. We caught some pretty good sized ones. but two of the rainbows were full of eggs. Are you putting straight triploids in there, or is that?
I'd have to ask Mike what we've got in there. I was looking at it. So Mike Hadley, the other fisheries biologist in our office, he's the one who actually manages or does the reports and everything for Otter Creek. I actually pulled his report up this morning. I don't see it right now, but that would have been my guess, is that they were all triploid. Yeah, I can look that up and give you maybe I'll just throw it in the comments section. I'll look that up and find out for sure.
Will triploids fill up with eggs?
I believe they will, won't they, Randy?
They will. And I just looked up your stocking request. You're actually putting diploids in Otter Creek.
Oh, is it diploids? Okay.
I would guess they're
Yeah, so it's
like this Matt can spring spawner.
All right, any further questions for Nick or Dave in the southern region? Dave, did you have any things that you wanted to add?
I just wanted to ask Nick about Fish Lake. Correct me if I'm wrong, Nick. Were their water users able to fill that lake up? Don't they put like 2 feet of water on top of that every year? And did that happen this year, or is it too low?
I haven't heard. I'll ask Stan. My guess is they probably haven't been able to, but yeah, but it like you said, it's just 2 feet. So.
Yeah, that really helps hold the water levels in them lower reservoirs if they're able to put that water on.
Yeah, and that's true.
Yeah.
I think any water that doesn't have a good conservation pool or isn't a natural lake, I think we're going to be in trouble this year.
Speaking of troubled waters, any updates on Navajo Lake?
No, so we're kind of we were at basically a restart where we realized everything or all the sport fish had died in there. So we restocked it. We put in some splake and lake trout, and we're going to get some tiger muskie in there. And so it's just going to be a few years until those fish we stock have a chance to eat those chubs and grow and see exactly how it plays out. I'd guess at least 2 years.
Nick, were the lake trout you put in there, were they sterile?
Yeah, I think so. I think they were just some extra sterile lake trout from somewhere. So we threw a few in Navajo and then a couple lakes on the Boulder Mountain. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those were sterile lake trout.
Hey, Bert, just a comment for Rex and Russ, I suppose. My boy just spent 3 days down Lake Powell's, got some pictures for outreach, I guess, if you guys want them. But once again, it'll just be my family pictures. I don't know. Maybe Wayne or somebody's got some other pictures you might use.
Well, I know that some requests have been sent out by Crystal Ross for certain kinds of fish pictures. And I think that she'll probably consider anything we send her. I didn't know if there was a policy or anything of the sort. Randy, did you have any thoughts on what pictures to provide and what pictures we might be able to use?
I'm not sure what policy is, although I'll say Crystal will weed them out if there's something that she doesn't like. So I don't think we need to worry about that per se. But I think typically she's using, a mix of just, pictures of people holding fish or scenery shots or pictures of fish in nets. So I think anything goes as long as it kind of highlights the water and the fish that are coming out of there.
Okay, just an FYI, and I'm sure y'all get Wayne's report, but my son went up lake. I'm not even familiar with the Southern Lake as well as the Northern Lake, but he went up lake, I want to say Gunside or one of those places. And this was Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Water temp was around 58 degrees, did really good on smallmouth, some largemouth up to 4 pounds. And then they did fish for stripers for a while, but fishing was very good, actually.
All right, sorry about dropping off there. Any further questions for Nick or Dave? Okay, hearing none, we'll wrap up the southern region and move on to the central region. We have both Jackie and Ken on the line. Not sure who's going to take it, but go ahead.
I'll I'll start it out. Jordan L. Just received approximately 20,000 12-inch rainbows. They're going in this week by the Hailstone Park ramp. We also received a few thousand 10-inch rainbows as well that were intended for community fisheries who's under construction delay. Kokanee are also spray marked and stocked in the Provo River, a few hundred yards upstream from the Rock Cliff area. There's approximately 20,000 2-inch tiger muskie that were stocked on Tuesday night. The ice is starting off on Strawberry. The Tooele County waters, they're online. The results are online on the online survey that was conducted earlier in the year. They will soon be accepting nominations for angler representatives for Tooele County Waters Advisory Council. They'll be gill netting Settlement and Grantsville reservoirs this spring to ensure they have an update information on these waters. Utah Lake, they're still fleshing out a timeline, but they do plan to put together an advisory council for Utah Lake management this fall or the spring of 2022. They will need angling representatives for this group. We plan to essentially put out a job advertisement for more representatives and have them submit a short resume and available for interview. More information to come later on these efforts, but please consider if you are interested in participating and or who else might be a good fit for the efforts on Utah Lake. Chris Crockett will be happy to discuss this a little later in the year and more detail on the meeting agenda. If you're interested, contact Chris Crockett. The Deer Creek 12-month krill survey is ongoing and it'll wrap up in June. Water conditions are not looking good this year. We will probably need to adjust stop delay stockings at some community waters, 9 Mile Reservoir, Payson Lakes, and so forth. And the Strawberry management team is ongoing with good progress. It's looking good for Strawberry. I will say this, Chris Crockett has been great to work with, and the Central Region Fisheries Group are doing a super job in making things work. And I just want to thank them for what they're doing and for the updates that they give me.
Chris, did you have anything you would like to add to that? I know I just made a note. Jackie Watson is on vacation, I believe. So Chris is here from the Central Region. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you guys hear me? I'm having to work on my phone today. Good, thanks. No, I think Ken covered it. There's a lot going on. I might just say a little bit more about some of our upcoming efforts with putting together some advisory councils. The Tooele County's group, if anyone's interested in that, shoot me an email, as well as the Utah Lake efforts. And we're maybe going to be doing things a little bit different with representatives. We've had quite a few people interested in being on these committees lately, which is a good thing. But I think we're going to start almost doing it a little bit as a competitive group where we put out a quick advertisement, if you will. And if you're interested in joining us, then just shoot us a quick little resume. And if we get too many people, which is, again, a nice problem to have, then we'll try to kind of go through a little bit of an interview process to make sure we've got the right people. So I think it's a good way to go. It's maybe a little different than we've done in the past where we might specifically come and ask for a blue ribbon rep. But chances are, given you guys are so qualified, you're going to have a rep on that group or you're going to have someone that you're very comfortable working with. So just kind of stay tuned on that effort. But if you're interested in helping us out with Tooele County or Utah Lake, keep your eyes open for an announcement. Shoot me an email. Let me know to keep you on the list. If there's any questions, I'd definitely be happy to come back next meeting or meeting thereafter when we get our timeline scheduled and talk a little bit more about those two efforts. Bert.
All right, thank you. Any further questions regarding the central region for either Ken or Chris?
Chris, this is Rex. I just was wondering what Chicken Creek East, just what you're hearing progress wise and stuff, maybe a timeline if you don't mind.
Yeah, certainly, Rex. In full disclosure, Alan would have the latest information, but that project did get delayed. Alan's asking for some of that money, or most of that money, I should say, to carry over. And the Forest Service is actually going to take over. Their engineer is going to come on board and help us with a lot of that design work. I think they're still hoping to start it this summer or this fall, but it has definitely been delayed. And I can ask Alan to give you guys a more official update on it. It's still moving forward, though. Appreciate everybody's patience on it. Yeah, go ahead, Randy.
I'll chime in real fast. I mean, I'm just building off of what Chris said, but Alan notified me, I don't know, a couple months back saying the money wasn't going to go spent from this year because of delays in the construction. So when we looked at our project proposals, at our meeting last month, you saw one for the Chicken Creek work. And all that one is it's basically Alan trying to get his money back in the next fiscal year to continue the work, which shouldn't be an issue, but that's how we're handling it. So you kind of repropose it as a new project, even though it's really the same project all over again.
All right, thanks, Randy. Any further questions for the central region? Hearing none, let's go ahead and move on. Next up is the Northeast region, and we have Natalie here. I hope she's still connected. Yep, there she is. Take it away, Natalie.
Just wait though, I'll get a phone call as soon as I start talking and then I'll get kicked off. So we'll start with just some through the wintertime updates. Calder did overwinter fish again for the second year in a row. So that's pretty great news. I think I told you guys I ice fished it quite a bit through the winter and caught some really nice fish. And hopefully we can keep the water levels there maintained through the entire season. But there is no, like everybody else has said before, there is no snowpack. It's all being soaked into the ground right now. So there is no, there's no water coming off into the system. Hang on just one sec. Sorry. Also, starvation. So we have quite a few updates on starvation. You guys know we've been working there a lot through the winter doing winter diet collections. We also ended up doing quite a bit of work there this spring for the starvation walleye spawn. So it was really a small version of Willard Bay. But a couple updates on that. It was last week. We had blocked that week off basically a year ago. As a reminder, in 2020, so the spring of 2020, we did a very small spawn at starvation. It was a little bit early, and then the whole COVID thing hit and everything pretty much got shut down. So that event happened on April 7th of 2020, and the fish were still fairly green. So we moved that up to the next week, which would have been last week on the calendar. So we started the spawn on April 12th. And unfortunately, when we got there, the water temps were still very cold. They were 44 when we got there to set the nets the first day. They kind of went up to 46, and I found 48 degrees at one point during the week. And then the day that we were supposed to spawn on Wednesday of last week, that snowstorm came through. It was 35 degrees when we were pulling nets. The spawn crew was on site And they did actually spawn 15 females that day on site. For whatever reason, and I think it may have been the cold temperatures, but the survival of those eggs wasn't the greatest. So what we ended up doing is the rest of that week was just a weather nightmare. I mean, it went from cold to windy to cold, back to windy, and snow again. So what we ultimately decided to do, and we worked with Fisheries Experiment Station in Wade, is we had another about 35 females, or 30 in the holding hens, and we had a bunch of ripe males too. So we ended up putting them on a hatchery truck in the warm water of the hatchery truck, and they transported those fish down to Springville and they put them in some circular tanks. And they ended up getting a pretty good spawn on that next Friday. I think 500,000 eggs is what they got for the Friday spawn. They held the rest of those fish over the weekend and tried to do another spawn on this last Monday. And apparently quite a few of those remaining green fish had spawned in the circular tank over the weekend. So that was unfortunate. But I don't know how many they actually spawned on Monday. And then I got a phone call saying they were ready to bring them back to starvation, and Wade let us do that. So they put them back in the truck, and let's see, 25 of the 33 that they took came back to starvation. I released them back into the lake. And then they have 10 of them, I believe, or 8 of them on site at Springville right now that they're holding for our triploid and diploid walleye work that we do. So pretty interesting how things morphed last week. It was not ideal for weather, and the water temps are still cold, but we were able to have several different scenarios play out in which the hatchery guys, I think, were pretty happy to be able to do an on-site spawn at starvation using the triploidy process. Then they got to do a spawn at the hatchery in a very controlled environment. And I was happy that we were able to bring all those fish back to starvation. So overall, we sampled 217 walleye last week. The average total length was 16 inches. Our maximum was 29 inches and our minimum was 10 inches. So I'm really happy with how the starvation walleye look right now. They are healthy. They have really good size ranges and size classes, and they have no problem mowing down on our stalker rainbows. Our spring diet collection, we had 3 or 4 big females that had tails sticking out of their mouths of stocked rainbow trout. So not only do they utilize them in the fall after they go in, they also are utilizing them in the spring. And we know that. That's why we stocked 60,000 of the things. And we also decided with our management team this year, we turned 5,000 of those 10-inch rainbows into 160,000 3-inch rainbows, and they went in this spring. So that's for forage, and also we know that some of those fish will make it through that period of not getting predated upon. So we'll see how it all works out, but there's some really good looking things happening at starvation. I'll also say the rainbows, we saw and sampled many big rainbows that were coming in to spawn in the shallows. So there's 3 different strains I think that are coming in right now. And I'm not sure which strain is which anymore because they are so mixed at this point in time, but whatever spring spawning rainbows are there, they are coming back. And some anglers report catches on their fly rods of up to 27 inches. So that's pretty impressive. Any questions on starvation before I move on? There's always a lot going on over there.
Natalie, this is Rex. I was just wondering if you'd mind posting your schedule on when you're going to go do work at starvation so I can avoid the lake that week.
We barely even make a dent over there anymore. We're just like 2 people out there, and that's about it. Our crew is very small.
I just meant for the weather. You seem to.
Oh, yeah.
Holy cow. Okay, Natalie's going, I'm not.
It's been terrible. And I don't know if it's just me or this spring's roller coaster weather and windstorms have been atrocious in our region. So yeah, it's unfortunate. The other thing I did want to tell you guys is I am presenting to, I don't remember which TU chapter, but it's out of Heber on May 5th. I'll be presenting to them about Starvation Reservoir. And I don't know if any of you guys are part of it, but I don't know any of them. I've never met them, but a guy named Bill called me up and asked me to present on starvation. So if you want to know more, I'm going to be going over some specifics on the management plan and then a lot about the diets, because I figure those fly anglers, if they're going to spend time going over there, would probably be really interested in what we're seeing in diets of all species. So I'll be presenting on that on May 5th at 6:30 or something. Any more on starvation? It's windy there, just get used to it. Okay, next up, Pelican Lake. We've been doing quite a lot of work, and I don't know if I mentioned this last month or not, but we worked with Chris Crockett and his crew and brought up 133 tiger muskie from Yuba. They were in the range of 22 to say maximum 26 inches. So we spent quite a bit of time making trips to Yuba and bringing those fish back to Pelican Lake. Then we've been down there for Trina and my technicians are down there today. This will be the about fourth partial week we've been able to work at Pelican doing carp tagging for the population estimate, and now we're to the carp removal phase. So one thing I did want to bring up with Pelican Lake was so everybody else has talked about water levels. There's nothing different here in the northeastern region, except for a couple exceptions. But Pelican Lake is only going to fill to 60% this year. It's already hit its peak from what I can tell, and it's already being drawn down by irrigators. So it will 100% hit the conservation pool. There's no doubt about it. One thing that is happening that's directly related to the weather phenomenons is these windstorms are causing the bottom sediments to churn. And when we get when we have red flag winds, we go from a fairly clear system where you can see 4 feet, 5 feet down to less than 1 foot in the water. And it takes over a week of calm before those sediments start to drop out and hit the bottom again. So it's really crappy. And I've been talking to many people about this, but it's really based on water levels. Since we're only at 60% capacity, we only have a max depth of about 12 to 13 feet right now, with much of the rest of it being in there's only 2 feet of water in the reeds this year, 2 to 3 feet. So whenever we get a windstorm, you guys can just plan on having turbid water out there. I don't see any way around it right now, and it's very unfortunate, and it makes everything difficult from our jobs to the fish just being able to see and eat. But we're doing everything we can otherwise to remove as many carp as possible, and we did stock those small tiger muskie on Tuesday night. And I would say they were even smaller than 2 inches. I'd give them 1 full inch of length, but they looked good going in. So we'll see how that turns out. Other than that, I mean, we have really been focused on starvation and Pelican. Our cutthroat crew has been focused on Lake Canyon. They're working with the heavy equipment crew in there right now, working on stream work, and then they'll start their spawn mid-May. And I guess a couple water level updates that I know of. Just sitting here at Big Sandwash, we're at 82% capacity. I do not know that it will fill. Starvation is the one exception right now. It filled to 100% and has been spilling for the last 2 weeks. Amazing. I don't know how it's happened, but everything other than that, like Steinecker is only going to allocate 30% irrigation shares this year. So that means it may get to 40% capacity is all. and I already talked about pelican. So pretty bleak for water in the Northeast region, even though we had fairly good snowpack with above 100% average on the North Slope. It's just soaking into the ground everywhere, and our streams are not even budging as far as coming up, as far as flows. So that's, I think, about all I have for today. Does anybody have questions?
Natalie, I was wondering if you had any plans regarding Strawberry River. I know from the minutes from November, I was just looking at that any significant restocking is not going to happen for several years, but is there any progress report on some of the restoration work going on?
Well, they finished up that EWP money and all the, well, Garn would put it as the massive amounts of riprap going into stabilizing the road itself. So they're all done with that work. And then Garn put in for some, I believe it was engineering and design, or kind of a match money through Habitat Council this year. And it's basically trying to gain us a seat at the table in the planning process with the Wasatch County crew, because they're working up into that section now, and they're trying to do the planning and the stream restoration for all of that. But I think it's still a couple years out for Garn and Brian to be able to get into the stream channel and start working on those, all the fish habitat, the fish hotels, the bank realignments, the channel realignments. It's still a couple years out for that to even have funding. So I don't know that there's a ton of work going to happen in there this year on our part. I think it's all still planning.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Any further questions for Natalie regarding the Northeast region? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and move on to the Northern region. Clint, I think you're on, are you not?
Clint.
And Russ is for sure. Russ, you gonna take it?
Yeah, Clint is not on. He is working up at Pineview today with Kent Sorno, and they're putting in habitat structures. I'll talk about that a little bit. But unfortunately, you get to hear from me and not Clint or any other biologist. It's very impressive for me, listening to Calvin and Nick and Chris and Natalie. You got all that expertise and you feel their energy and excitement for everything they do and their concerns, and so I appreciate that. The division's doing a great job, and in the northern region, Nick threw up that map of the snowpack, and obviously, the conversation from everybody so far has been the water situation. And as Nick had that, I also went and took a look and pulled up the maps that are available. And northern region into the basins, the Weaver and the Bear River, are doing better. They're still not perfect. They're in the 70s though. And, percent of snowpack that we should have. But a telling thing is that groundwater. And I'm seeing that as well in my work out in the West Desert. Now, we don't have a lot of water generally out there, but the fact is we don't even have cheatgrass growing out there right now. And if we do, it's in limited pockets, and that's a pretty remarkable thing. So that groundwater is pretty crucial to everything that obviously Fisheries is trying to do. Any water that does come, and it's still below average, even for April. It's like Natalie said, it's just soaking into the ground, and nothing is making it to the streams or in the reservoirs really. So that is a concern, even up here in the northern region as well. So Clint, he sent me some notes, and I'll just go through those a little bit. As mentioned, they're doing some structures, some artificial habitat structures for young of the year perch and crappie. But they also stocked tiger muskie the night of the 20th. And I don't know how many got stocked. I I should have called him after he sent this to me to get a little bit more details on these, so I apologize. So he also doesn't know how access is going to play out for Pine View. It's always been kind of an issue, but as of late, there's been a lot of talk, and as the valley up there in Huntsville, Eden, and so forth grows, the access becomes more of an issue, and is definitely something that needs to get worked out, so everybody can get to the reservoir. At Bear Lake, spring gill netting is starting next week. And I'm sure Scott up there would, as he said before too, if anybody's interested in going and helping, he'd welcome you. And the fish trap is operational. It's also collecting fish. A report from Willard, the walleye spawn went well. These are Clint's words. Walleye spawn went well, and we have been stocking fry to meet our quota. He says, I think the triploid quotas were met for the other needs as well. So there's a walleye report. Lost Creek, the ice has just recently left the reservoir. He hasn't been up to fish it yet, neither have I. But usually that ice off is not a bad time to get there. Just been very busy for both of us in getting up there. So, and as everyone's aware, he did remove or cancel the Habitat Counselor and Blue Ribbon Project request based on the money that's coming from the legislature for Lost Creek as a state park. And so that'll be really fun to see what happens there and how that develops. And we'll be following that pretty closely. He talks about the Weber flows, the Weber River. The flows are low. And obviously, we're not anticipating much by way of runoff at all. And the main stem reservoirs are low as well. And again, that's, I'm just preaching to the choir here, statewide here. But I do have a lot of friends that have been out fishing, and they haven't been going for day trips or anything. They've just been popping in and out on both the Weber and the Ogden, and have actually done quite well. They've been catching the browns and then the whitefish, and then occasionally they'll catch cutthroats. So that's also encouraging. But fishing actually has been pretty decent on the Weber. And it's probably because of the flows being so low and being able to access those holes that people like to fish. Let's see. He says, other than that, the region is working hard on starting another season, and hopefully we'll be fully staffed with technicians and interns in a few weeks. And he thanks everyone on the council and on Blue Ribbon for the support. So, and if you have any questions, he said, feel free to reach out to him and he'd be happy to answer those questions. So sorry, you got me and not him, but I need to do a better job in going into that office and just chatting everybody up, and then scheduling a few trips to go out with them and do some of the work with them. So that's all I've got.
Okay, Russ, thank you. I managed to get to the Weber River last Thursday, and I just changed my background. I think you can see, what are you seeing? Are you seeing the brown trout? Or are you seeing a whitefish?
Whitefish.
Yeah, okay, so that was a 19-inch whitefish. It looked like the whitefish had just spawned and they were ravenous. And I had to release about 20 whitefish up to this big 19-incher. This is the Icy Springs access point before I could catch a brown. And then I finally hooked into this guy. So that was a nice 17-inch brown. So just trying to, I actually took these pictures myself. So I know people have been making fun of me for not being able to catch fish, but it's possible to catch fish on the Weber River, although you're right, the flows are pretty low. So at any rate, it was
Pretty
fun.
fish, Bert.
Thanks. Yeah, there's a beautiful fish. Anyway, changing back to my other background. Any further questions for Russ on the northern region? Okay, hearing none, we're actually at the end of our regional reports a little bit early. Randy, I didn't know if you wanted to move into anything. I'm not sure if we're going to be joined by outreach after lunch. Randy and I didn't have a chance to compare notes this week yet. But we'll want to talk about outreach, and then also eventually we'll move into the plans for evaluation of the blue ribbon status of all the waters in the state currently. So Randy, did you have anything you would like to say at this point?
I don't have anything. We don't have anyone from outreach going on, so we're not going to be time dependent on, trying to meet a time to meet with them.
All right. Well, before we lose all of the regional biologists, any further questions for any of the regions? Or any further comments?
Chris, did I miss how low they think strawberry's going to go?
Yeah, I don't know that I have a good answer, Bert. Right now it's at 89%, so it's pretty high, and they should probably fill it up, but I never know what they're doing in all the pipes in terms of bringing water downstream too.
Well, while we're on the central region, I guess one thing I will add is I know that there's going to be the Fish for Garbage annual cleanup is actually going to happen this year. That will be this Saturday from 9 a.m. till noon. They're going to do it a little differently given that we're still in the COVID times. But apparently, if you're interested, you can, well, I did last night, you can sign up for it on the Fish for Garbage website. This is the 5th year, I believe, on the Lower Provo where it all started. And they're changing the place where you pick up the garbage bags and drop off the bags after you fill them up to the Bridalveil Falls parking area. And it used to be up at Vivian Park, but they're going to be providing box lunches instead of doing a barbecue. And they will be doing a opportunity drawing later in the evening, but that'll be via Facebook Live from, I think, 5 to 6, and also Instagram Live. If you haven't taken part in a Fish for Garbage cleanup, I was looking at their website. I don't know how many tons of garbage they've removed from our rivers, and most recently Strawberry Reservoir got added a couple of years ago. But they have expanded their program beyond the Lower Provo to the Weber River, and also to, as I mentioned, Strawberry Reservoir. They did a shoreline cleanup a couple of years ago, and they're now working with the Green River Outfitters and Guides Association, GROGA, and will be present at the annual Green River cleanup as well later in the summer. So good outfit. They are now a formal nonprofit charity. They got their 501c3 registration, which means they can apply for grants. But their website's really nice, and it documents their work over the last 5 years, including cleanups and estimated totals of garbage collected on our rivers and also reservoirs. So I guess I would add, in my time on the council, visiting various reservoirs, I've been a little surprised by the amount of garbage that blows up as flotsam against the shoreline. And when water levels are low, you find all kinds of mostly water bottles and sports drink bottles, but if you have a section of river that you think would benefit from attention from the Fish for Garbage crew, it's a great cause. They get tremendous support from sponsors, and their giveaways are awesome. And the more garbage you collect, the more chances you have to win, which is wonderful. It's a good program. So, Natalie, do you think it would be worth coming out to camp and fish at Pelican around Memorial Day as we used to do back in yesteryear?
As long as there's not a red flag wind event right before it, then yes, I think it would be worth your time. There's some decent bass coming out of there, but if the water quality and the clarity is not good, then you're going to have a very difficult time. So I would say watch the forecasts, and if there's any red flag events within the 2 to 3 days prior, maybe not so great.
All right, thank you. As you can tell, I'm trying to fill the time, but I think maybe we're going to just break for lunch early and have a slightly longer lunch here. Unless anyone has anything to say, I guess Chris Crockett added in his comment here, Rex, I was off a little on Strawberry Reservoir. It's currently 84% full, not 89% full.
I was going to
Rex,
throw up, Bert, I mean, we could take a long lunch, or do you want to dive ahead with the agenda and get us a little bit ahead and maybe do a little less after lunch? Could be another opportunity, another option.
well, so the next item after lunch is outreach, and we don't have anybody from outreach, but I wondered if there were some comments regarding. So I recently got a request by way of Chris Crockett to provide native species, well, whitefish pictures, which is why I headed to the Weber last Thursday. But I actually had some pictures from some of the electroshocking done on the Middle Provo of whitefish too. But Randy, what do you know about outreach, and are they getting what they need? And is Crystal looking for specific things that you know of?
Not specifically. Where we've kind of stand, we've been working with Crystal more and more to work over the social media calendar that we put together. So we've got a post coming out every 2 weeks, I believe, on Blue Ribbon kind of issues in the state. So there's a calendar that we've been diving. We just started this, I think, beginning of March. So we've only done this 3 or 4 posts now. Looking at the next couple posts, what we've got planned is kind of in May, which would be the next time you see something, beginning of May and then the middle of May. First one, this is an idea coming from Rex, but some bingo cards that Crystal's going to put together and put out in social media that people can use for, basically tracking the Blue Ribbon waters that they fish through the year. And the second one is basically to take our Blue Ribbon approved projects and do some kind of project highlight, just to show off the funding and how it's being spent kind of across the state. So that's the stuff coming down the pipeline in May. I guess 2 things I do kind of want to, I guess one thing I want to talk about, one thing I want to mention is that I do have a meeting with Crystal next week, and I plan on asking her how this is going. See, because we've been doing it for 2 months now, see if there's anything we can do to refine the effort. But I do kind of want to throw it back on Rex and, all those who've been working on the social media stuff, just to see how it's going, see if there's anything that we need to do to maybe make this work a little bit more smoothly, so I can bring some feedback back to Crystal, A, and then B, maybe kind of work ourselves. If there's some refinements we can make, some coordination, we can do that kind of thing to make this run smoothly. So that's what I've got. I'm up kind of looking maybe to hear from you, Rex, on just how this is going and see if there's anything we can do to make it run a little more smoothly.
I think we've got some things that are coming out, things that are being worked on. If you're okay with it, Bert, Russ, if you've got your list there in front of you, maybe I can take Larry, since he's out of it, and mine, and you kind of pick up on the ones that you're kind of spearheading. We could kind of give you an overview of what we've been working on the last 6 weeks, if that's all right with you too, Randy. Bert's not a guest. Russ,
Yeah.
do you have your list there in front of you?
I'm good with that.
You have to unmute though, Russ.
I'm looking at the notes that Larry put together. Do you want me to
Okay.
go through this or just the ones that I'm doing?
Whatever, if you want to just take, you and Larry have been putting this together. The three of us have met a couple of times now, phone and Zoom, and there's a few things coming up now that from an outreach standpoint, I think we're going to be able to reach more people. I think one of the things we need to look at with Crystal is that I think there's a lot of folks that don't know that the Blue Ribbon page is in the proclamation yet. And so that's something that maybe the three of us can take a look at over the next couple of months. I kind of hit your blind side on that, Russ, but I had a friend the other day that said, I had no idea that Blue Ribbon had that really neat map and all those things that we could do. And I thought, wow, we need to, get that out a little bit more. So anyhow, if you've got the list in front of you, Russ, do you want to just kind of go through, and I'll hit the Strawberry and the Rocky Mountain and just.
Yeah. So, and Randy mentioned there is a calendar for the social media, and as far as what I've seen and what I've been able, I'm not on it every day or anything, but when I do catch it, I mean, they have been highlighting and spotlighting Blue Ribbon Waters, and hopefully many of you have seen that as well. Larry's been working on a seminar at the Vineyard Council Chamber to talk about catfish at Utah Lake.
Well,
And
they changed that one, Russ. That's actually to be filled out on the lake.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Because Chris has volunteered to bring a few folks out there and help catch catfish sometime in the May. Sorry.
Do you know if you got a date for that?
Larry was going to talk to Pat last week, and Pat's the tube dude that really is good on catfish. And even though it's not a Blue Ribbon, Utah Lake has got some catfish and all the techniques, of course, apply to like Lake Powell and stuff. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So, and then, oh no worries. And then for Jordanelle, we actually talked about setting up an ice fishing seminar for that. Obviously, that won't happen as soon as another seminar that we're getting to go. The first week in August, we're talking about doing a kokanee seminar up there, and we've been working with I'm trying to remember the Jason Whitaker. He's the park manager up there. Very, very helpful guy. I gave him a call and talked to him about that, and he said all we needed to do is contact him and put it on the calendar. So right now, I don't have my calendar in front of me. Let me pull this up. Go to August. So the day we talked about was August 3rd. It's a Tuesday night for having that kokanee seminar. And do you remember what time we want to do this?
I think we set 6:30, Russ, but
that's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm getting that arranged, and then reaching out to Brian at Cabela's, who might be able to help out with that. And if anybody has any other ideas on who could, talk about kokanee on Jordanelle, we'd sure be up to hearing that. Also, as far as the other thing that I was working on was little, I don't know what you call them, little film segments of baits and things that can be used for different things. I'm just going to go find that thing here. Where are we? Mike Fisher, at Sportsman's is offered to come down. So bait fishing gear, rods and reels, just anything that we kind of want to highlight, and just little short segments that could also be used on either Facebook or Instagram. Very short videos, if you will. And Scott Root in Central Region, I talked to him. he is the outreach manager in the central region. Great guy. I've known him for years, and he's more than willing to go and do those shoots. And but he's going to work with Salt Lake on that as well, because he says he sends stuff to Salt Lake sometimes, and they don't exactly like how he edited things, and so he might just send the raw footage to Salt Lake and have them do the editing and post processing, if you will, for those things. But he was lining all that up himself. He knows Mike pretty well, and Scott was just really elated that we reached out to him and given him an opportunity to do that as well. And he said he'd be willing to help with that workshop as well up at Jordanelle. Let's see what else. Strawberry. There was a lot of talk at Strawberry. Rex, do you want to talk about Strawberry a little bit, since you know more about that one?
We got Jared Johnson has told us to call him the last week in May, and then set the filming for the first week in June after we get past the holiday. And so I just need to get with Michael and make sure that we've got that. But I've cleaned my boat so that we can at least shoot from my boat onto Jared's boat, and Jared's just more than willing, but he can't set the date until he wants it to go up on a day that we're just going to catch fish. And he said until we get to the end of May, he doesn't know, but he's all in place, and so we're working on that one. Also, one that Larry has been working on is a fly fishing seminar. And I think if Michael happens to be listening, that's set for the 27th of April. And John Schultz, that was on the Blue Ribbon with us, they're going to go up to John's house in Park City and shoot a fly tying video that will get put out onto the Blue Ribbon site. So, and that one's already set on the 27th.
And Larry's note, it says Rex offered to use the use of his boat as a filming platform. So that made it in the notes.
Yep, it did. So, but yeah, that's why I thought I'd better get it cleaned before I, just in case. So I've been out working on it this last week. So that's kind of the things that we've got in place for right now. Crystal's working on that bingo card, and Randy and I've been looking at a couple of ways that maybe we can mark that. We did do some stickers last year that maybe we can, somebody wants it, we can do something with that. But we think having folks go, oh, how do I fill this card in? It may get them out and fishing more Blue Ribbon. Randy, anything that we missed or Bert, that we've talked about?
I can't think of anything. I will say, I'm impressed, and just want to give kudos to you guys. You guys have been grabbing this outreach really by the horn. There's a lot of good things going on, so I'm excited for what you guys are up to.
Yeah, I'll second that. I also wanted to note Larry Finch wrote us a note. He couldn't make it today because of a family emergency, but he was apologetic, so he sent his regrets. But yeah, the three of you are doing great, and I've said it before. I'm very pleased with what's happening at the division through outreach as well. I was just looking at the Facebook page, so great things to come. Pelican is featured pretty prominently there, so hopefully we'll have a decent springtime on Pelican if the winds don't rise. So next item on the agenda, unless there are any questions regarding outreach or Blue Ribbon's outreach efforts. Next item on the agenda is project scoring, and we'll talk about both the results and the decisions. And Randy, you got 20 minutes. You might be able to cover at least the scores. Are you ready for that?
I'm ready for that, and I think we could pull this off pretty quickly because it's pretty easy this year how it all came together. So I'm going to present my screen for everyone to see appreciate everyone getting your scores in. I think we did really well getting them entered there. And, I think it worked pretty well, at least from my end this year. So I appreciate everyone doing that. I'm going to show something. I'll make this a little bigger so everyone can see. Does that look reasonable? I can make it bigger for people if you want.
Looks okay for me.
Okay. If anyone wants it bigger, let me know. So what I'm showing here is I'm going to kind of go through the funding and the scoring all in one spreadsheet here. So what I've got are our projects that we heard at last month's meeting. So I got them by project ID, and then I've got the title of the project. Then what I'm showing down here is the average member score for each project. I know there was a couple people, Jordan and George, one of their scores excluded on a couple of projects because of conflict of interest. I factored that in here, so you guys don't need to worry about that. And sometimes there was maybe people that decided not to score a certain project. I've got that factored in as well. So I think these average scores are pretty correct. I've got everything sorted here by the highest scoring project being this West Jordan Big Bend Urban Fisheries, and then the lowest one we had was this Manti LaSalle Healthy Forest Restoration Project. So that's kind of where the scoring is. And I can send this stuff out after the meeting if you want to see it. But really what the bottom line is, and I'll kind of go through the funding a little bit more, but we've got $450,000 to work with. If we total up, I'm kind of highlighting down here, the total number of dollars that have been requested from Blue Ribbon, it's about $301,000. So we've got more or less $150,000 that there aren't even requests for, which means that regardless of the scores, we're going to be able to fund everything requested Blue Ribbon dollars this year. So, usually the scores kind of factor into making some decisions on, which projects get funded and which projects don't get funded, but it's really not an issue this year. I'm going to go into these dollar figures a little bit because there are some things to discuss and some ways I could kind of fill the gap here on the fact that we've got $150,000 that isn't being allocated right now. So if you look at some of these projects, particularly look at these first two, what I'm showing here is the number of dollars that the project was requesting for Blue Ribbon. You can see that these projects actually requested no money from Blue Ribbon. This first project was requesting money from Habitat Council. And then the second project has some WI funding that they didn't receive that funding, that $700,000 or so. So what happened in our meeting last month is these projects that I'm kind of highlighting that have no Blue Ribbon dollars associated with them, they're projects that Habitat Council thought that Blue Ribbon might have some interest in funding, or they're projects where there wasn't provided WI funding and there was some thought that maybe Blue Ribbon could provide some dollars to fill that in. So anyway, what I'm going to do is we're going to still spend our $450,000 that was allocated to us. But what I'm going to start doing is working with Habitat Council and working with WI to figure out ways that we can maybe use some of our funding that wasn't allocated to help provide some funding for these projects. So it allows our money to be spent. And then I also think that Habitat Council, they traditionally have more requests for dollars than they have money. So it helps Habitat Council out. So for example, maybe this first project, I'm just making up numbers here, but maybe we throw $30,000 at it, which takes $30,000 off of what Habitat Council has to fund, which allows them to spend their money on some more Habitat Council appropriate projects. Does that make sense to everyone? Does anyone have any questions on that?
Yeah, Randy, on the list that you guys have generated here, I mean, I guess you scrubbed all the watershed projects pretty thoroughly as well, even like, work that might be on some tributaries or things that feed some Blue Ribbon waters. I'd imagine you guys looked at all of that, right?
Yeah, we did look at all that. So I think it's all kind of factored into here.
Randy, this Rex, I'd like to see, I'm kind of same question Russ had, but if it impacts a Blue Ribbon fishery, then I'm all for us, spending the money that way. That particular first project, I just didn't see how that really, it was a zero because it had no Blue Ribbon impact. So I just, as long as it's impacting a Blue Ribbon somehow, on the other hand, if there's some of the biologists out there that are thinking, hey, we could use an extra few dollars, or maybe it's too late to request them, but like Nick with Otter Creek, he can't catch the wipers to know what their situation is because he's got the wrong net. Well, can we get the right net for him? Or, get Natalie a sailboat because then she could really cover starvation.
Let me go ahead and take this down here. I can put it back up if people want to see it. But yeah, you guys are bringing up some good points here. Sorry, I feel bad because I can't see everyone and I can't see what goes on the chat when I have that screen up. So it makes me feel out of the loop. But yeah, you guys bring up good points. So one thing is we look at this, I will look at what's blue ribbon and what's not blue ribbon. So I'm not going to throw money at something that isn't a blue ribbon, associated watershed. So we'll keep it in kind of the blue ribbon house as we look at the dollars we spend. And if you look at some of those projects on there, they need a lot of money. So I could fill the hole pretty fast with some waters and some blue ribbon watersheds. To get at kind of the project thing, we did this last year, and I think I'm probably going to do it again this year. I might not allocate all of our money, which allows me to keep some of the money in the bank, which gives me the option then at the end of the fiscal year, so get to about this time next year, having $30,000, $40,000 sitting in the bank, where if a Natalie or a Nick, have some equipment need or something along those lines, that allows us to fill those gaps pretty readily and have the money in hand to do that. So it's something I might consider again this year, is just holding on to just a little bit for that kind of purpose. And I'll keep everyone posted. None of this is final yet. I'm guessing Habitat Council will get with me over the next month and we'll really kind of shore up some of these numbers and fill some gaps. So I should be able to provide an update, hopefully either next month or in June, of what we finally did for dollar totals.
Kind of surprising we didn't have enough projects to meet the resources we had. And I'm thinking also, Randy, about how in the past we were trying to have the focal waters be a real point for making sure we had the money we needed on those waters, rather than just distributing small amounts that maybe won't see a project through. Any further comments on focal waters and what you see in the future regarding specific projects that will require large amounts of dollars?
I think a couple of things. We've seen this 2 years in a row, so we probably need to do a better job of getting with the biologists and making sure we're getting requests for all our funds, because there's funds on the table. I don't know if they're even aware of that, but I think there's some opportunities there. Our current focal water is supposed to be Fish Lake. There's been some delays with the Fish Lake work, which I think is kind of throwing off some of our projections. But I think we do need to get back on this focal water concept. And once we're done with Fish Lake, kind of bring some waters online and work with them. I think our next one was supposed to be Lost Creek, but I think, you're looking at some of the state park funding that's happened for Lost Creek. It doesn't make sense for us to spend money when there's already, legislator allocating dollars, a lot of dollars towards some of this work. So I think there's a need there where after we're done with the Fish Lake stuff to maybe find that next focal project where we're looking at, throwing a couple $100,000 a year at to get some work done. I think, Nick, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, so part of me doubts this will be an ongoing issue, the more money than this funding request. But one thought is that it seems like in the past, maybe there was a little more focus on the potential blue ribbon waters list. And so that might be one idea if it ends up being more of a long-term problem, is putting some more focus onto the potential list. And, that might increase funding requests, people looking for projects to move waters that aren't blue ribbon, but moving them into that blue ribbon status.
No, I think that's a good point, Nick. I think we're going to fill the gap. I'm not too worried about it, but I will put that plug out for the biologists and those potential waters. If we're close to making something blue ribbon, I think it's worthwhile throwing some money at it to see if we can get there. You got something, Rex?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I know Natalie backed off on Red Fleet, but this might be a year for us if there was something that would help her out with Red Fleet, that maybe we might have a few more dollars so we could help her out with something. That's the only potential one I was thinking of. So
Can I comment on Red Fleet just 1 second, since I forgot to earlier? So one of the reasons that I kind of backed off on nominating this water this year was just because our fisheries management aspect of it, it's still shaking out. I mean, we basically threw fish species spaghetti at the wall and we're trying to see what's going to stick. So I'd like to give it a couple more years to make sure that, yeah, we do have really nice wiper in there right now. We have crappie that are up and coming. We have yellow perch. I mean, you can literally go to Red Fleet right now and fish a bay as soon as the water warms up a bit more, and you can catch 6 different species from that one little bay. But is this going to be maintainable into the future? That's a hard thing for me to say. Yes, it is going to be, because it's still such a new fishery. And we want these triploid walleye to come around. We want some things to happen, but it is beyond popular now, which is devastating to me, honestly, because it's my favorite secret fishing hole. And there's a lot of use from paddle boards, kayaks. I mean, it's the most popular place in our entire region for paddle sports. So you get that with low water and a lot of recreation boats that are around. I mean, I just want it to be sustainable for the future. So there's not a specific project that I could think of with Blue Ribbon funds that would help. We've opened up access. I mean, I've been thinking about this for a long time. There's habitat structures in place. It's really just letting that fishery kind of play out and seeing if it will sustain. I would hate to put it on the Blue Ribbon Fisheries list and then now we have too many wiper and the wiper wiped out the forage and now we have wiper that are unhealthy. So we don't want that to happen, but we're actively tweaking. I mean, there were years we stocked 5,000 wiper. This year we're stocking 500. So there's a lot of different management actions that we're doing to have this fishery be stable. And that's where and why I decided to, hey, let's hold off on Red Fleet for 1 more year.
Sorry, Red Fleet came to mind, Natalie, sorry, but I know a couple of years ago, Clint had us looking at, there was a project down through Helper and down through that region there on the Price River. And I'm just wondering if there's some other, I apologize because Red Fleet came to mind, but there are some other projects that we have looked at. And I just thought, maybe this might be a year that we could help somebody out with a project. Red Fleet came to mind, but the Helper project that down through town not Clint, Cal was working on. So I just wonder if there's some things out there, Nick, with the, could we get him, a different gill net? Could we, I know Jackie had talked about how the curtain nets, she'd had to borrow some from Alan to take a look at Jordanelle. I just wondered if there were some projects like that, and I certainly want to help with anything we can with Habitat Council, as long as it's connected to Blue Ribbon.
One thing, I'll chime in real fast, so then I know Bert has his hand up. One other thing I think is going to tie up some of our funding, and this is something we haven't talked about much, but it's a new thing and a big thing as the Division of Wildlife is doing. And we've got a new kind of water, I don't know what to say, water conservation group. It might be what to call it. It's probably not the best term, but we've been working on water issues is the point, and trying to identify waters in the state where we could use some more water to do good things for fisheries. And, a good example, and this happened before this group was put together, but the Lower Provo project last year, where Jordan and the Central region have been working on this flow lease kind of arrangement to put more water in the stream. We're looking at more situations where we can do that. And I think we're close to having that plan finalized and having a list of projects put together where we're going to be pursuing some additional water for purposes of keeping higher conservation pools in our reservoirs or keeping more flow into our streams. And one thing we're missing is really a funding source for this right now. And I see there being a good chance that maybe some Blue Ribbon dollars every year are going to kind of go into this pot where we could start pursuing some of these opportunities. Again, we focus on Blue Ribbon waters for doing this, but I see that being here pretty soon, maybe a use of some of our funding. Bert, I know you've had your hand up for a little while.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. I had actually a couple of questions have come to mind before we lose Natalie. I heard a report through, well, more of a rumor about whirling disease on Utah's Green River. And I sat through Utah Anglers Coalition meeting. We didn't actually get to it. We had a great presentation by Ryan. So what is the status of that rumor with respect to the Green River?
So I don't actively work on the Green River enough to know. From my understanding, I mean, the most recent one that's come out for whirling disease has been Jones Hole Creek. And they believe that the Jones Hole Creek whirling disease kind of started down at the bottom right near the mouth of the Green River. So, and I'm sure that you can't, I mean, you have to not rule out that anglers brought some of that in as well because it is heavily used. But to my knowledge, I mean, there haven't been any updates that I've heard as far as whirling disease specifics in the Green River. I almost feel like it's been there for a while, but like I said, I do not work with that Green River section. Lowell is basically the lead on that. So if you want some more information, I can have Lowell get back with you on A and B and C section. Is that what you want to know about more than anything?
Yeah, that's the problem with these rumors. You don't know where. It could well be that what people heard was the Jones Hole Creek report,
Yeah,
and they're
and that
extending that to ABC, which is not.
Yep. People are very good at doing that. So it's highly likely that that is where it's stemming from, is that Jones Hole Creek positive whirling disease find. And that was, we worked on that in December with the Fish and Wildlife Service, and they've since put in quite a few different mechanisms. Their main goal is to keep that Jones Hole fish hatchery whirling disease free. So they've got lots of things in the works right now.
Okay.
Bert, I also know that the Fish and Wildlife Service ran dye 2 weeks ago to see if it was going to enter the hatchery, and it didn't make it to the hatchery, and so they were encouraged by that, but they were still awaiting some tests, and I haven't heard how that all shook out.
Okay. Switching gears, it would be good to hear an update at some point on A, B, and C section. So maybe that's something we can add in the future. And Ryan did have a very nice presentation. He also talked about smallmouth in the reservoir. And we're running up towards the lunch hour, but one of the things that always perplexed me was, now that we are utilizing, as Natalie said, these multi-species collections more and more and more, whether it's throwing spaghetti at the wall or just seeing that there's significant diversity, I wonder if Blue Ribbon could support hatchery efforts at producing some of these sterile hybrids or species that have become quite popular. And tiger muskie, of course, is the one that comes to mind. We don't have Kim Wagner on the council anymore, but I know she'd be asking about it if she was on it. So are there fish propagation projects or projects that could be used to provide, help the division further some of these programs with respect to increasing fish diversity and providing sterile hybrids? And I've mentioned, triple or double Y carp, for example, as a means of control, and pelican. So Randy, did you have any comments on that before we break for lunch?
Yeah, I'll comment on that. First, before we even get to that, Bert, I just posted in the chat a link to a map that our Fisheries Experiment Station, so the group that does all of our fish health testing in the state, they've got an interactive map where you can see where they basically collected whirling disease samples in the state and where they're positive and negative findings. So that might give you some of your information on the Green River. It doesn't show every stream in the state, just places where we've taken samples and identified it. But it's some information that's out there for people. To get to your second question related to helping with some efforts for sterile fish propagation in the state and maybe just expanding fishing opportunities in general in the state, the answer is perhaps. Right now, we're undertaking an effort, and I think it'll be done about a year from now, but we're trying to quantify what our future fish needs are going to be. So we're taking into consideration changes in license sales, trends in people's angling behavior, for example, because we see some changes in species preference, for example. We're looking at kind of nationwide recommendations and how we should be stocking our fish. And what we're trying to do is quantify kind of an overall fish need that we have. I think, kind of preliminarily, I think trout, the general consensus is we probably need maybe a few more pounds, but we're pretty close in the ballpark for trout production for what we need for the state. Looking at our warm water fish, in contrast, we're probably pretty well short from a production perspective. We're already buying a lot of these fish, and we're also doing some modifications to our hatcheries to increase our own internal production capacity. But I think there's potentially a need down the road for the purchase of fish, and there could be a role that Blue Ribbon could play with that. With that said, though, our original intention is we're going to probably float whatever recommendations we come out of this group to our director's office and ask them for some more money internally for purchase of fish. Right now we have $200,000 a year. We definitely spend that $200,000. What we don't know is what that real need is. Do we need 300,000, 500,000, or whatever? But we're going to work through that and see, at least internally first, we could get some funding for that. Looking at some of the other stuff, you're talking about YY fish. This is something that Idaho has been big in. They got a researcher there who does a lot of work. For those of you who don't know what a YY fish is, you think about sex chromosomes, females being XX, males being XY. We found ways that we can make these kind of super male fish, we call them, that are YY males. And what happens is, regardless of all their progeny are male is the point. They're always giving a Y chromosome off, and the male is usually the one that determines sex. So it means that all progeny from these fish are male fish. So what that does is, in situations where you have unwanted fish and you're trying to eliminate a fish population, we can let these fish loose, these YY fish. And it takes a long time, but it's kind of a way for us to combat them by slowly converting the population to entirely male. And if you got all males, no reproduction can happen, and the population eventually goes out. An example of a place where we might want to use this might be Utah Lake. We're looking at carp, for example, as a way to maybe eradicate carp from Utah Lake, or Utah Lake again. We're looking at northern pike, for example. These are technologies that are still in the development stage, or the fish aren't available. There's YY brook trout on the market that Idaho has. We haven't brought them into Utah yet, but Idaho is also actively looking at other species like carp, pike, walleye, some other species doing the same thing, but it's going to take us a while to get there. The division is funding some of this work that Idaho has been doing. They've been asking for some money to carry out their efforts, with the idea, at the end of the day, whatever they produce is going to be something freely available for those who paid into it initially to help with the research to have access to. So I think it's something we're going to have. It's something we're paying into, but I'll keep people posted. It's a good technology. It's just not there yet and ready for use. That kind of answer
Randy,
your
I
question,
can add
Bert?
a little bit on that too, because I've been involved in some of those discussions on YY fish. As Randy said, yeah, it's a big effort. It's being led by Idaho, but the funding, I think, for a lot of those are through the states to the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and I can't remember exactly which is on. There's 3 other species that are being worked on that are on the priority list right now. Common carp is one, walleye is the other, and then I think it might be northern pike. And then I think there's a secondary list beyond that that's looking at smallmouth bass. And some of the non-native fish that are commonly used for sport fish, but cause issues with other native species, particularly in terms of predation, and to a smaller extent, some ideas about competition as well. So looking at species like red shiner, for example. But as Randy said, it's not quite there. I think the last that I heard on the carp YY was they were able to develop one, but they can't get them to last more than like a week. They just die. And so they're trying to figure out how to get that better aligned and working out, but we're definitely a few years away.
Okay, thank you. We're coming up on 12:05. We started 5 minutes late. I do have a follow-up question regarding technologies. We could take up that question after lunch, but I'd like to propose that we go ahead and take our 1-hour lunch break and we reconvene at 5 minutes after 1. So we'll be just delayed by 5 minutes, if that's okay with everybody. And like I said, if I don't remember, I had one other idea for blue ribbon funding that maybe we can talk about right after lunch. So that's it for me for now. I guess we'll be on this same meeting link after lunch, right, Randy? Looks like.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
All right. So enjoy your lunches and we'll see you back in 1 hour. Thanks.
Thanks.
Bert, your lips are moving, but you're on mute.
Because I'm talking to myself. Let out, Brian.
Hey, you floated the Smith River last summer, didn't you, in Montana?
No, COVID interfered, but they finally came to their senses and they offered me the same launch date in 2022. So
Oh, okay.
I have a permit for next year, May 25th.
2 years later. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Initially, they said, well, you canceled during peak season. And normally, if you do that, we won't even let you apply the next year. But they said, because there's a pandemic, we'll let you reapply. And I was like, I want a permit. I've been putting in for this thing for 10 years. So, but somebody came to their senses and they decided to offer the same float date in 2022. So,
Great.
yep, just have to pray for good weather and enough of a snowpack to float the boat. But
If I remember, it was June, so you should have a lot of water, right?
well, it's May 25th.
Oh yeah, that's the peak of runoff. So I'd be worried that it was too high and too dirty. You probably ought to pray for low clear water.
Yeah, if it's cool, and the runoff is delayed or slow, that'll help. It all depends on how hot it heats up. So how fast it heats up, I should say. But I'm pretty happy to be knowing that I have a Smith River permit for next year.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this year I want to try to float the Seed Skidoo section of the green up in Wyoming and maybe Utah's green if it's not too busy.
Is that your float boat on your background screen there?
Yeah, that's my drift boat. Yep.
What river are you on there?
That's the South Fork of the Snake. I think that was
Well,
years ago.
I hit last 2 weeks ago in Montana's Madison River. I hit a strainer and flipped the boat.
Oh.
We all went swimming. All our gear went downriver.
No. Oh dear. I'm sorry.
And I was in the oars, so it's all my fault.
Everybody okay though?
Yeah. My 84-year-old father was in the back, and he held on and kind of rode it out as it flipped and then righted itself. And it was swamped. We all got wet, but I didn't have to pull him out of the water.
Wow. Well, we're going to start up here in about 30 seconds. I'm not sure if the AV guys are on, but we'll count it down. Wonder if we've been joined by anybody new.
We're ready when you're ready.
All right. You want to count us down or just start rolling?
Live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council meeting on April 22nd of 2021. Continuing on, before our lunch break, I had another idea for funding or what to do with extra funds and was curious to see what Randy had to say about it. It ties into that concept of providing a more interesting fishery and also management of fisheries through the introduction of laboratory produced species, in particular triploids. I remember not too long ago, the Division of Wildlife Resources obtained a new pressure chamber for doing the triploid production of walleyes. And I believe, I'm not sure if we're making our own triploid brook trout, but I know we're using them quite a bit to try to make certain brook trout don't overpopulate where they are planted. So the question is whether the division has sufficient equipment to make triploids. And then, as I recall, one of the biggest expenses the division had was confirming triploid status by sending embryos to a lab. I think it was in Virginia. And the biggest expense was shipping because they had to be shipped on dry ice for analysis somewhere on the East Coast. So I've always thought, why do we send these things off? Why don't we develop this ability in-house to confirm our triploid production? So Randy, do you have any thoughts? Is there any need there?
I could look into that more because it could be kind of the short answer, Bert. So in terms of the pressure chambers, we've invested a lot in pressure chambers in the last probably 3, 4, 5 years. We've gotten to the point where I think originally we just had one pressure chamber that we're using for brook trout production. And now I think we've got maybe 5 or so of these pressure chambers statewide. We've got a couple portable ones that we use for the walleye production program that sit in the trailer. And then we've got 2 hatcheries that we use for producing our trout eggs. And both hatcheries, we've worked with a manufacturer to produce really kind of an industrial size pressure chamber. It's a new thing, but it allows them to do a lot of eggs at one time. So we've got them at both of our trout hatcheries that produce our eggs. So that gives us the ability to really pressure treat all of the trout eggs we want. So we use it regularly we use triploid rainbows, triploid brooks, we triploid our tiger trout, triploid lake trout get thrown in there too. So I might be missing something, but yeah, so we got that capacity. Talking about the triploid testing, we've been working when we have a contract right now in place with BYU. And I don't know all the logistics with the triploid testing. Apparently it takes some work to get your lab equipment kind of up to speed for actually performing the samples and stuff like that. And I think there's maybe differences among specific pieces of equipment that different laboratories have across the country. But our idea is to work with BYU, give them the funding that they need to kind of flush out their equipment and get it kind of proofed and tested so we can start sending samples to BYU instead of shipping them across the country.
Well, that's encouraging, and I didn't realize that BYU was exploring that option. I also thought the capability should be generated and training should happen at Utah State too, as our principal land grant with the fisheries program. But the more the merrier, so long as we're not spending more money on shipping than anything else.
And the real reason we went with BYU, to be honest with you, Bert, is for walleye. When we do triplet testing on walleye, we literally have like a 24-hour window that we have to get the testing done. And we get them after they hatch, but then we've got a very short window before we have to stock them before they actually die. So BYU was very convenient because our hatchery is at Springville. So the thought there was we'd work with a hatchery that's literally 10 miles up the road, or I mean the university is 10 miles up the road. And it's also a genetic test. We've got a good relationship with a professor at BYU who's really a fish geneticist. So he was pretty willing to take on this work because it's right in his wheelhouse.
Great. Well, those were my ideas for how to spend some extra money if there were any capital expenses, be it pressure chambers or flow cytometers or PCR machines, whatever's needed for genetic testing or testing of the embryos. But anyway, things to keep in mind. It's nice when you have extra funds, but like you said, Randy, it'd be nice to generate more blue ribbon affiliated projects going forward. Okay, so picking up where we left off on the agenda, we made it through project scoring results and decisions. We made it through outreach. And so really this next phase is, as I mentioned at the start of the meeting, since we don't have any candidate waters to evaluate this year, 2021 seems like a good opportunity to review the status of all of our blue ribbon fisheries that are currently listed to make sure that they measure up and that there haven't been significant changes for the worse. It also might be a good time to visit waters that aquatic biologists have in mind as something with potential. Maybe it's not there yet. Maybe it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, but maybe there's places we can go, especially while we're going out and revisiting some of these other waters that are currently listed to confirm they are what they are. Now, Randy had put together a plan for this previously, and the goal was to try to focus on them in a sort of a regional way so that if you're headed to one particular region to reassess or reevaluate a water, that you might be interested in hitting 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 more while on that trip to the region. So Randy, are you prepared, and would you mind running through that list? I don't know if you have it handy.
I do have it handy, so I'll go ahead and throw that list up here. And we haven't refined this list too much. We've showed it a couple times at previous meetings, but I don't think we've kind of gone too much into it. There's a lot of stuff going on, but I'm going to focus. I'll blow this up for everyone on this set over here. I just kind of highlighted off to the right above the graph.
Okay, we can see that, but yeah, blow it up a little more. That's good.
Taking its sweet time, but and I'll slide over so you can see it a little better. So this was our original concept. We're kind of laying out for 10 years the waters we'd evaluate each year. And again, this isn't perfect, but what Bert mentioned I tried doing was arranging these in such a manner that they're sort of regional, with the idea that maybe on a single trip you could hit a bunch of waters at the same time. So what we have on here is Duchesne River, Hannah Set, Stretch, Flaming Gorge, Green River, West Fork of Duchesne, and Current Creek kind of listed for this year. I don't know if we want to discuss these at all. We haven't really done this reevaluation too, so I think there's some room to talk about, the process that we would follow for reevaluating them. I think there's probably some waters that maybe we feel already there's no need to reevaluate them. We know enough that they're solidly still a blue ribbon fishery that we could axe them off the list. So I think those are all things we could talk about is, the actual order we want to do these. If this order I've got up here makes sense, and then how we go about the process. Do we do a full scoring? Do we do a thumbs up, thumbs down? Do we axe some waters from the list that we just know are blue ribbon, so we don't really need to go back and reevaluate them?
I guess one data point that we don't have there is when they actually were first listed. I know Current Creek happened within the last 6 years, for example.
It's over here, Bert. It's all generated from this list off to the right, so I could look and see the years. One thing I tried doing was getting them as close as possible as being 10 years after originally designated. But again, I did a little bit of compromise on that to cluster the waters together. So some of these waters you might see are 8 years, some are 12 years, that kind of thing, to kind of make the clusters work together.
Well, speaking of the process, I think any member of the council looking at this list could probably trigger a visit or a more formal reevaluation. But I think we also have some collective wisdom or inside information from experience fishing some of these. So I don't know. I'm not sure how the council feels about it, but I think we might have time to walk through these all and see if there's any people any council members that have concerns, or if they think that there's 1 or 2 or 3 waters that really do merit, for whatever reason, a revisit. Any thoughts?
Just a question, Bert. Do you collectively want to look up the entire list of blue ribbon fisheries, or are you just talking about kind of what I have on it for 2021 here?
Well, we could start with 2021 and move on. We don't have to go through the whole list. I mean, it goes way out 10 years.
I think maybe the process or the criteria should probably be maybe a pretty low bar since they're already blue ribbon. Maybe it's something where we just look for degradation or, removal of access or whatever, or some problem with the fishery to remove it. Whereas if it, I don't think the bar should be so high that, half the blue ribbons don't stay blue ribbon. So it's probably a pretty low bar just because they've been thoroughly evaluated in the past. And it would probably just be looking for problems rather than a full-on evaluation. I don't know, just a thought.
Yeah, and traditionally we've delisted because of things like wildfire or the need to drain a reservoir for dam repairs or the need to rotenone to eliminate introduced species. Any further comments from the council?
I just want to build on to that last comment. I think it was Brian who said it, although I can't see who's talking because I can't see the screen. Another thing we could go about, and this is very similar to what you said, is we could, if we had some waters we were curious, and maybe bring the biologist in and have them show some data on fish population trends over the last maybe 10, 20 years, what data we have available on these waters. That could help guide the decisions of just looking at, does it seem like the fishery staying the same, or have we seen some changes? Then we can also ask some basic questions, what kind of access changes have you made or are aware of? Have you guys added a restroom along here over the last 10 years, or are you aware of maybe an access point closing down or something along those lines that could also factor into our decisions?
It's a good idea. Get input from regional reps as well as regional biologists. Looking back through our notes, I don't have it to share with you, but when we had discussions regarding when we introduced the up-down vote, for example, after nomination and evaluation or after scoring, we talked about what happens with delisted water. So at the time a delisted water is nominated for reconsideration, determine if an evaluation is even warranted with an up-down vote. I don't see in my notes that we ever really considered reevaluation of existing blue ribbon. So we haven't really thought through the process in any great detail. But I do agree with Brian. I don't think we need an exhaustive process like we go through in order to put a water on the list, unless the council determines that it would like that. So, and I see a couple hands up. I'm not sure who was first, but Rex is higher up on the list. So Rex, what's your question or comment?
I just noticed on here on what Randy was putting up that the Strawberry River was on there, and I'm pretty sure that we took that off 2 years ago after the fire on year 2027.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe it'll be ready for reevaluation by 2027.
Yeah, it might be ready by then, but yeah, this is I'm just looking at that, and I know Jordan had his hand up, and I think we want to make sure that if we say it's blue ribbon, it's blue ribbon. I'll let Jordan
Yeah, Jordan.
I think Rex was reading my mind a little bit there. Have all of these gone through the Herbert Walker criteria ranking? Not the Herbert Walker, the
Hepworth.
Hepworth Walker. That's what I meant to say. Have they all gone
Yes,
through
they
that?
should have all. They should have
Okay.
been, yeah.
So I think before we have a discussion about whether they should be reevaluated or not, I think we need to have a discussion about whether we think that our evaluation criteria is adequate right now. Because I really don't think it is, because I think it's too easy to get a water on the blue ribbon list. And I think that we have too many blue ribbon waters, or waters that are listed as blue ribbon. So I'm happy to reevaluate our evaluation criteria and then reevaluate every blue ribbon water.
Well, that's a place to start for sure. We made a change at that same meeting back in 2019, where that's where we introduced this concept of having some sort of final gut check before we list after we evaluate. And it's unfortunate Jackie Watson isn't here, because she was really asking tough questions about what we did with, it was Blending City Reservoir number 4, where it met the criteria of the Hepworth-Walker scale, but we unanimously as a council, with only 4 of us, voted, having been there, voted against listing it for a variety of reasons. The rest of the council took the firsthand experiences of those who had visited the water to heart when they made their up-down vote, because obviously what else could they go on? But there are some factors, that are, for some people, are non-starters. And thinking about seeing Ken Strong there in the corner, his principal opposition was you can use an electric trolling motor on Blending number 4, but if you have a gas motor on your boat, even if you keep it out of the water, you can't launch on Blending number 4. So that was kind of a non-starter for a flat water for Ken, if I understand correctly. I see Rex has his hand, Ken's nodding, yeah. And Rex has his hand up. So Rex?
I think one of the things that we have to take into account, because all of these have been evaluated, with a fairly stringent scale, is that we also have a difference in clientele. And I understand exactly. I mean, if you're a dedicated TU person, what you consider blue ribbon versus somebody that's maybe a blue ribbon family fishery, I think we've got to take that into account, because an experience at Strawberry during June while you're trying to fish for kokanee is not the same as being on a lower stretch of a high Uinta lake by yourself. So I've thought about, because Jordan's brought this up a couple of times, I think we do need to take a look at it, but I think it's really critical that we keep in mind the blue ribbon clientele that we have. And I think that's important, because we do supply some just absolutely stunning fly fishing experiences, but on the other hand, we need to have some really stunning blue ribbon family experiences. And so that's my feeling as we take a look at this, because I'm certainly not opposed to having us reevaluate them, but I think we need to keep in mind who our clientele is, and make sure that both, or maybe even there's 3 or 4 sets of different people that, if all you fish for is northern pike, there's only one place in the whole state that should be blue ribbon. And I think we need to avoid that.
So fair enough. Randy has his hand up, but I do want to get back to Jordan, but let's go ahead and hear what Randy has to say. And then I want to ask Jordan some questions.
I think I'm going to maybe tie into what Jordan was talking about. So I'm going to throw something out, Bert, and you can tell me if this seems out of order. We can maybe go to you first. But I was thinking maybe going around, taking a quick vote among Blue Ribbon members to see who thinks we need to reevaluate our criteria that we're doing. And then we'll see how that stands. and then maybe talk about how to move forward with what Jordan talked about. If that seems to be a consensus among the group that we need to look at these criteria some more. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how we do a roll. Do we do a roll call? Yes or no? Do you approve, disapprove? Do we have people that approve raise their hands? I can't see all the screens. What do you think? What's the best way to proceed?
I don't know, because it seems like usually when we do these votes virtually, it seems to be almost unanimous, so it makes it easy. But why don't we try just a voice vote, and we'll just kind of see where it stands. So, and then we might have to dive into this more if this comes out being kind of a split 50-50 sort of thing. But I guess I was going to say, if you think we should look at the criteria some more this year, go ahead and say aye, and also use the raise your hand feature on your Google Meet so we can see hands at the same time. Jordan's hand went right up.
Everybody's muted, but aye.
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 Aye. I agree with Jordan.
Okay.
Can I throw something out there?
Yes, Dave.
Yeah, Russ said his
It
hand.
seems like we've talked about this a number of times since I've been on the council, and just one thing Jordan raised there, he thinks there's too many waters. I guess my question, Randy, would be how many categorized fishing waters are there in the state, and what percentage of them are blue ribbon waters?
I don't have an honest answer for that, Dave. I think we stock into about 600 waters. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's about 600 waters statewide. And you're looking at low 40s in terms of the number of waters that are blue ribbon. So you're probably looking at around, I don't know what that is, 7 or 8% of our waters are blue ribbon.
Russ.
Okay, so let's do the reverse. Is there anyone who thinks that we should not touch the Hepworth per scale? Oh, yeah, go for it, Russ, if you have something.
Yeah. So my thought is, since I'm new and we've just done it for Lost Creek, really, and looking at it, and we had some discussion, obviously, there at Lost Creek and about it. I would like to look at it almost before we take a vote in some ways, just revisit it, and I don't know. Just give a little time to. It's hard for me to just say, yeah, I think we should reevaluate it. My hand's up because I want to look at it again and take a harder look at it. But does it need to be changed? I can't say that yet.
I think that's fair enough for us. And I'm not saying through this whole process that we're going to throw the Hepworth Walker scale out. This might be some just fine tuning of it, or we do nothing with it. I'm not sure. Where I was going to go with this is I just wanted to see how people felt kind of collectively as a group. I didn't want to hop onto an idea if it was just, say, Jordan's idea and people didn't agree with that. But what I was going to suggest is, we started this conversation by talking about reevaluating waters. What I'm wondering is if we should spend a little time this year looking at the criteria, maybe within the Waters Committee, come up with some proposals, some tweaks. We could talk about them among the council with the idea that maybe later this year we pick a water or two waters off our blue ribbon list and just reevaluate them. And it's going to be a short time scale, but maybe what we do is we pick waters that work well, really popular fisheries that are really close to urban areas, so we can get a lot of members out to visit them and try, kind of a tweaked criteria or something like that this year. And it would be a good year for it because it's just a reevaluation year where we don't have any new waters we're proposing for blue ribbon this year. So it gives us an opportunity to maybe test some criteria, have some discussions about it, and, get that kind of refined and tweaked how we would like it.
So I don't know if Ken has his hand up because he wants to say something or if he is raising it for other purposes. Ken, did you want to say something?
Well, I just want to say I want to hear more about what Jordan has to say. But my opinion of what a blue ribbon water is varies from some of the others, because I know we've got blue ribbon waters that we don't worry about big fish, and we just worry about a lot of fish. And I think it needs to be a prime place to fish to be a blue ribbon water. But I'd like to hear more about what Jordan has to, what his thoughts were.
And that is what I was thinking as well. But before I let him speak, I want to say that, you know, if we go through this process of developing or revisiting the Hepworth-Walker scale or evaluation, redoing evaluations, it may be good to start from a blank slate and have discussions on what are the criteria and how do we rank them or weight them. What is the best way to decide? And the one thing that I recall the more I scored waters, I realized the Hepworth Walker takes into account, it's almost an impossible job, but it takes into account so many different factors. And for example, you know, the setting and whether or not the experience is blue ribbon. If you're looking to take your family fishing, you know, someplace where they're likely to actually catch fish and it's easy to get to, is diametrically opposed to the solo experience on a, you know, high Uinta Lake that's off trail, which may be somebody else's prime objective. But there's a way that the former council figured out how to factor those disparate objectives into the scale. But anyway, let's hear what Jordan has to say regarding what he feels are the most important criteria and what's wrong with the existing Hepworth-Walker scale as he sees it. Not to put you on the spot, Jordan, but you started this and you and the other new guy, Brian, but go ahead, Jordan.
Well, let me pull up a PowerPoint presentation. I'm just kidding. I haven't gone really deep into thought on how I would redo it, but to me, some of the most important factors are, well, one, we're ranking streams and lakes on the same criteria. And I don't think that we can do that. I think that they need to be totally different criteria for streams and lakes. So if we're evaluating a lake, that goes in one bin, a stream goes in another. So I don't really like trying to do that on the Hepworth-Walker scale. The other thing is the management intensity needed, because a lot of our blue ribbon waters have required in the past or will continue to require some pretty intensive management. And I think if it requires us to put a ton of effort into it, then it's probably not a blue ribbon fishery. It's artificial. We're the only state that I've been able to find that ranks lakes as a blue ribbon fishery. I think that as a blue ribbon committee, we could rank lakes based on some other kinds of criteria, whether it's like a trophy fishery or quality fishery. Those are well documented in literature and pretty old fisheries literature, in fact. And, you know, we could call it a blue ribbon trophy fishery for a certain species. Anyway, those are just a few of the thoughts off the top of my head. I wasn't really prepared to go into depth on that, but I'd be happy to work with the Waters Committee on developing and testing new criteria. I'm not saying crumple up Hepworth-Walker and throw it out. I'm saying I like Randy's idea of, if we're not evaluating new waters this year, let's evaluate criteria and incorporate what works better.
It's reasonable. And Brian, did you have some thoughts too? Because I know you spoke up early on.
Yeah, I agree with the lake and river distinction. I also think there's a distinction between a stocked water and a natural wild fish water, which a lot of streams are. So like the division doesn't have a big role in managing and diverse species and stocking numbers in a lot of naturally spawning fish populations in rivers. So yeah, that's part of the distinction between rivers and lakes, I think. Yeah, so I mean, that's the one that comes to mind. I need to bring up the Hepworth scale and go through all the criteria, but there were quite a few that were not applicable to a number of waters.
Russ, you made a few comments in the notes. Did you want to say anything about your thoughts?
No, I just agreed that it would be nice to have a kind of a different rating system for streams and rivers versus the reservoirs and lakes. I haven't thought what Brian said, taking it further, but I kind of do agree. It's kind of hard to rate both of those in on the same criteria form. I think, from what I can remember.
Yeah, there's some clunky aspects like shoreline access, etc., and amenities, but that was adjusted by having different cutoffs for the different scales. So you do have to kind of use your imagination when you're interpreting the Hepworth Walker scale for one versus the other. And it looks like Randy's raised his hand. So Randy?
Yeah, all I was going to say is that I think one strength of the Hepworth Walker scale is it forces us to really consider all aspects of a fishery. So it's not just the quality of the fish. You know, you're looking into that setting and the amenities and things like that. And I think one suggestion I would have is, well, maybe it's a couple buried into this, is I don't know if I want to throw out those broad categories of ideas. I do like the idea of taking a comprehensive look, but I think we could probably weight the scores a little bit differently. I think another limitation that we've run into with the Hepworth Walker scale in the past is we've had the biologists score aspects of our waters, mainly for the reason that some of the criteria that are laid out under the current scale are things that Blue Ribbon members can't do. It dives into presence of management plans and some things like that. It'd be nice to maybe change these criteria some, so we're still considering the same broad categories of items, but we're making it maybe more a level where, you know, an angler can look at a fishery and evaluate it. So a little less, presence of management plans and knowledge about water quality, and letting it maybe be a little bit more about, you know, just our knowledge as anglers of what a fishery is like in terms of, you know, how the water is and amenities and things like that.
I'll note that when we had this discussion, this was back on October 17th of 2019, Drew Cushing was present, and he made a request to the council that we should probably keep in mind, especially as we go through this year. So his request for scoring, or for the council to keep in mind, is what is the potential resiliency of a water? So if a water is particularly resilient and is not likely to fail as a result of one really bad low water year, then it should be score higher. But that was his comment, and that was in recognition of reduced water supplies and also general temperature increases. So I don't know how we factor in resiliency. You almost need a crystal ball, but there are certainly reservoirs that handle wide variation in levels. Streams, I think, are more susceptible, but maybe I'm wrong. Further comments and next steps. What do you think? I see Natalie's still on. You know, we want to hear from biologists too.
Well, I guess I can give you an outside perspective looking in, since I've been on the Blue Ribbon Committee for 6 years now, maybe 7. I don't even know now. I feel like this subject has been beaten to death. I know that it's been tweaked a lot. But I don't know. I mean, from the biologist perspective, we can kind of divvy out, like I manage 19 different waters. I can kind of give you an idea of what our perspective is on blue ribbon, but I don't always get to fish them. So we're here to support you guys on the biological standpoint of that and try to give you information kind of with the crystal ball perspective, I guess, onto how we think this fishery will hold up in the future. But I mean, in our instance, we've had to remove several blue ribbon fisheries because of problems in the area. And we hope someday to be able to look at those for reevaluation and see if we can get them back on. But as far as the scale itself, I mean, from the biologist standpoint, we can only provide so much. And the rest is going to have to be, I think, a lot of you guys visiting him and just your opinions based on the scale. I don't know. I guess I don't have a ton of opinion, but I feel like this has come up many, many, many times over the past 7 years.
Yeah, it certainly has. And there have been adjustments. And the most recent being the thumb up, thumb down. And we also have Nick and Cal still on, and they both have raised their hands. So Nick, go ahead, and then Cal.
Yeah, so I think I pretty much want to second everything that Natalie said. I think I've been on 8 or 9 years now, and yeah, I've seen every new group of Blue Ribbon members struggle with the scale and how to deal with it. And my perspective is it seems like this last round was a pretty reasonable approach because it incorporated, I mean, there was so much work that went into fine tuning that Hepworth Walker scale. I think it was you, Bert, earlier that said it's kind of an impossible task, but it is kind of comprehensive. But then, last year also brought in kind of the thumbs up, thumbs down aspect. So the Hepworth Walker got you to think about all different aspects. It was really comprehensive. But then in the end, you could kind of weigh things subjectively with what you thought a blue ribbon fishery should be. And then also, Natalie said something I wanted to second too, which was my perspective is I don't have any interest in really in trying to decide what a blue ribbon fishery is, but we want to help you. If you need information about a fishery, let us know. We can go do different monitoring to get you that information and those sorts of things. But at least as a biologist, that's my perspective, is to kind of keep you guys in the loop, get you the data you need, those sorts of things. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Thanks. Cal?
Do I have to give out years of attending these meetings? Because that'd be about 15 for me. I want to second what Natalie and Nick have said, especially what Nick had just mentioned is Blue Ribbon for us is really a outreach tool and not necessarily a management tool. And so I've always looked at it as us as support staff for the council to get you the information to help promote these fisheries we think are special and can provide a unique opportunity and setting for anglers. But on the flip side, for us, Blue Ribbon is a funding source for our projects and stuff. So if we do go down the path of fewer or less blue ribbon waters, that may restrict us as biologists in the regions the ability to do more projects if we're tied to just a handful of completely certified 100% finished blue ribbon waters. We may have trouble finding funding for potential waters or even waters that aren't meeting their potential, that may never be blue ribbon, but could use the funding to get to a point where, man, they might be off the chart, not be considered for blue ribbon status, if that makes any sense. So there's two ways for us as biologists. We look at it as us providing the information as an outreach tool for the council, but also Blue Ribbon as a funding source to better our fisheries, both Blue Ribbon and potential waters.
All right. Thank you for that. in just the 6 years that Ken and George and I have been on the council, we've seen a variety of adjustments, the biggest being the thumbs up, thumbs down final gut check that we introduced. About 2 years before that, we also started taking advantage of the biologists' understanding of the objective measures. And prior to that, having council members guess whether there's a management plan or not, or guess whether the water quality is sufficient or the water quantity is sufficient, as non-professionals, except for Jordan, who's a professional, and Russ too, I guess. But my point is, we're not fisheries biologists. Many of us are not. And so we kind of look to the professionals to weigh in on the objective measures. And quite simply, it was a great way to reduce some of the noise from uncertainty from council members. And council members now are really tasked with weighing in more on the subjective indices, which, are going to differ from person to person. But, there's kind of quasi-objective, subjective measures like, are the amenities sufficient to handle the numbers of people? Or, does the boat ramp reach the water in the late summer? Those are sorts of things that are, we still consider them, and that's where the gut check comes in for some of these things. So I'm kind of rambling a bit, but I hear from the biologists that, this topic comes up frequently, and there's no perfect way to proceed. But I think the point that Cal was making regarding funding and how this is really an outreach procedure, but it's also a way to get more resources directed to waters that would benefit from them. And Ken's raised his hand, so go ahead, Ken.
Well, on the 6 years I've been on the council, for 6 years, I've really wondered what a blue ribbon water was. Not that we don't have good blue ribbon waters, but to me, a blue ribbon water is a water that I thoroughly would want to go to. And I know that I can have a good experience. I like the clean restrooms and so forth, but I also like the possibility of the quality of fish that I can catch. And if it doesn't have quality, to me, it's not a blue ribbon. And we have waters that are blue ribbon that all it is you can catch a lot of fish. And to me, catching a lot of fish is not a blue ribbon water. Just my opinion.
Well, catching a lot of fish out of water is just one of many of the measures of the Epworth-Walker scale, but catching trophy fish is another. And then we have that harvest aspect, which is important for a very small fraction of the angling public. But some people are interested in bringing home a stringer full of fish. Nick, I think you have your hand up, and then Rex after Nick.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing, and I don't know if Randy might have the answer to this, but one thing that seems like it's changed since when I first started was we would put in projects fairly regularly that weren't on blue ribbon waters. The potential list was used more, but we'd even have projects on waters that we'd asked funding for that weren't on either of those lists, realizing that they were going to rank lower. But to my understanding, there's nothing prohibiting the council from spending money that's not on a blue ribbon water or a blue ribbon potential water. It wouldn't be a priority, it would rank lower. But is that right, or does it need to be potential or blue ribbon to be funded?
We've kind of had some debates about this, Nick. It certainly is a scoring criteria, whether it's a blue ribbon fishery or not. So you get a few more points if it's blue ribbon, but it's not a whole lot of points in the grand scheme of things for scaling. we've talked a lot about using blue ribbon funding as a way to bump a potential fishery up to blue ribbon status. But I've personally always questioned what's a potential fishery. We don't necessarily have criteria for potential fishery. In some ways, I would argue that any fishery is a potential fishery. I realize some are a long shot at ever being a blue ribbon fishery, but I think you can see that every water, if you got the right amenities, the right management going on, maybe has a shot. I realize some aren't going to ever get there, but it seems to broaden the waters, I guess, in my book, to a pretty broad list if you consider really all or most waters that maybe have that potential if we wanted to work on them enough.
Rex?
Well, when I sit on the council, I think, there's a lot of folks behind me that are contributing their fishing dollars. And if you kind of break it down, each one of us represents about 35,000 fishermen and fisher ladies. And Ken and I have disagreed on this for 4 years. I suspect we'll keep disagreeing on it for a long time. But to me, to be able to go to a water and just have a delightful time catching a lot of fish that are reasonably decent fish, to me, that is a blue ribbon fishery. I just thoroughly enjoy that aspect. And it's not, something like strawberry. I caught big fish at strawberry? I have. But I enjoy going up, and if all the ones I catch in a day, if I catch 40 fish that are in the slot limit, I think there's a whole bunch of other people out there that they're used to catching, the one fish an hour kind of thing. And boy, if you can go up and catch 5 or 6 fish in an hour and they're all decent fish, I just think that there's some things there too that I understand just the trophy aspect of it. But I think there's also people out there that's not the biggest part of it, that just go up and have the ability to catch some fish. It just becomes a real positive thing. So with the Walker Hepworth scale, I got introduced to that long time ago. It has its flaws. I think there are things that we can do, and maybe we should take a look at each water individually and just go, yeah, do we really want this there? But when I look at the waters that we've got, we cover a whole lot of folks that have different images of what a blue ribbon fishery is. And I think we're standing on shoulders of folks that have done a lot of work to get us to where we are right now.
Thank you, Randy. I think you're next.
I'll just say a couple things. We're kind of talking about this debate between, catching maybe fewer larger fish and catching a lot of smaller fish. And I think this is something that's been studied pretty extensively, looking at the behavior of anglers, looking at preferences of anglers. And what you find is that it's pretty split. You've got about a 50-50 split between anglers. They're given the option of 2 different days. Would you rather go catch a lot of fish, but you're okay if they're a little smaller? Or would you rather catch maybe fewer fish, but have a little more size to them? You find it's about 50-50 in both those camps. So, there's certainly, contingents of people who are interested in both. And I think what I was going to say is one thing from a division perspective, I think we're interested in providing all those opportunities for anglers. We don't want to cater to one group. We're looking for opportunities to provide, what every angler wants out there on the landscape. So provide those opportunities. If people want to catch a bunch of small fish, have those opportunities out there. If people want to catch a few larger fish, have those opportunities out there. And, I could tell you, and maybe there's some bias to this, but if you look at the Hepworth Walker scale, you look at the people who created that as 2 division employees, and these are 2 people who are very interested in, kind of representing that broad range of fisheries to kind of tick all those boxes and hit all those groups of interest that we have statewide. So I think you look at the scaling, for instance, it's got something about, size of fish, the scaling, and number of fish being cause of scaling, and they're both on equal scales, kind of giving equal weight to those 2 sides of the coin there. And, if you look at the scoring broadly, it's trying to tick all the boxes, I think, looking at family specific fisheries, trophy fisheries, et cetera, et cetera. And maybe it's not perfect at doing that, but that's kind of what you see in the criteria, is it's trying to hit all those kinds of fisheries across the state that anglers might want.
I guess other aspects, that we've scored that have increased scores would be things like a diverse species assemblage. And that's becoming, I mean, maybe that's absurd for certain waters when you want to focus on one particular species, like a trophy trout, rainbow trout fishery, or a tiger muskie fishery. But Ken, you got a comment? Go ahead.
Well, to me, okay, yesterday I went to Otter Creek for the very first time. We were trolling. We couldn't keep 2 poles in the water because of catching fish, and we caught a lot of the new smaller fish, and we turned them loose. But every now and again, you'd get one that went 4 or 5 pounds. And of course, we'd like to have caught some wipers. We couldn't, or anything else, just rainbows. But to me, that was a place where you could catch a lot of fish, but you had a chance of catching big fish, and better than just a chance of catching them, because there was a lot of fish. There was one that was, I'll bet, 6 or 7 pounds that a guy caught. And it was an exciting experience. If I lived closer, because it cost me $70 to drive down there and back with the boat, I'd be down there a lot more fishing, because to me, that's a blue ribbon water.
Yep, I float tube fished Otter Creek, and I think I hooked into a wiper, but I never got to see it. But it was a slow day for me till I hooked into one big fish that made an amazing run, and it was gone. Further comments? I'll just mention that part of our mission, of course, is trying to use fisheries to promote economic development in the rural areas, really throughout the state. And of course, George is heading off to another call. We'll have to get his take next month. But this idea of economically benefiting rural communities that have good fisheries, I mean, we're not going to be able to move the rivers and lakes, but maybe we can, as a council, develop them to get more people interested in going there. And recapture reservoir is an example of that, in the sense that it's got a species that, for good reason, is only in a very few waters in the state, the northern pike. But it happens to have relatively stable water levels compared to, say, Yuba. It's a lot longer drive, but it could benefit Blanding and Monticello if people are interested in catching pike. Maybe it's just a bucket list thing. Maybe, somebody's checking off different species on their list. But anyway, there's lots of reasons to go fish a water. I put in the notes, through my years of being on the council, I kind of think about those waters that I went to visit to evaluate that I really want to go back to because I had such a good time. And so that, for me, suggests that it was a blue ribbon fishery, and it draws me back. That's not all the waters that are on our list or that made the cut, but it's a subset of those. But very subjective, has nothing to do with what's actually there, that could potentially be caught, has nothing to do with management plans. It probably is variable by the time of year and, whether I was in a good mood or not. But anyway, further comments? What else can we do to develop the scale? Somebody else has a note here. Oh, that was just George.
Well, Bert, I think we need to take advantage of Jordan volunteering to be on the Waters Committee. I'm all for it. I am. I think
I am too, and
these are some good things to think about. So thank you, Jordan.
You may not want me on there.
well, you're
No,
gonna have.
I think it's important that you're on there because, you know, when you think how many people we represent, the few of us that are on this committee, I think it's really important that you're on there. Me personally. So
I'm just joking around just because I seem to rock the boat on this conversation like regularly so far. So.
Yeah. No, but I think I really do. I've given a lot of thought to what you said about Lost Creek and you know where it's ended up and stuff. And you know, there was a lot of heart and soul for those of us that have been on the committee for 3 years to get it to that point and then to look at it from a different angle. I think it's important that we do that, but I think it's really important that we keep in mind, man, it scares me. Well, I don't know, scares, but it's very humbling to think I represent 35,000 people that love to fish in the state of Utah enough to pay for a license and put money into Blue Ribbon. And we have an obligation to them, is my feeling. So I'm grateful that you'd be willing to do that. Thank you.
I don't want to water down our message. I think that's kind of really what I'm coming at all the time is in the past, everybody said, well, if everything's special, nothing's special. Yeah, that's true, but it also waters down our message. If we're calling so many waters Blue Ribbon, like, then does it even matter that it's Blue Ribbon? You know, and you know, maybe we stock 600 waters. Well, there's actually more waters than that are self-sustaining in Utah. But I think we need to offer up the best of the best, or we need to clarify our message. You know, if you know, for example, on a lake, we want to have a family fishery where you can go and it's a good setting. You can regularly catch a good number of fish fairly easily. Then we call it a Blue Ribbon family fishery. You know, not just a Blue Ribbon fishery. I think that we need to make sure that we're sending the right message to people so that when they go there, they know exactly what to expect. And I think Utah's the leader in this thought process as far as Blue Ribbon fisheries go. I think we're the only state that has a committee of volunteer anglers that come together and really evaluate this. I just want to make sure that we're doing it right. And I was a Blue Ribbon biologist when the Herbert Walker scale was being. Why do I keep wanting to say Herbert? Probably because you have Herbert Lay on your name tag there, Bert, and you're like right in the middle of my screen. The Hepworth Walker scale. And I was opposed to the way they were doing it when I was a biologist. I understand the biologist perspective. You know, they have some biases because they have a region that they're in charge of and they put a lot of work into different waters and there's money tied to a Blue Ribbon status. So, but I think we have really talented biologists that are guiding us and we need to listen to them, but we need to understand the biases that they come to us with. We're a Blue Ribbon Fisheries Council. We're really focused on the fishing aspect of it, not all the management stuff. And so I don't know. I just think we need to make sure that we're evaluating the right way. And I'm not saying Hepworth Walker is bad. I'm just saying I've never liked it from the get-go, and I think it can be improved.
I think you hit on something. A little bit more specific about why we feel it's a Blue Ribbon may be a really good thing. And Russ, maybe that's something you and Larry and I can look at on for outreach, is that people really understand that from an outreach standpoint, this is a family fishery. This is why we consider it Blue Ribbon. I think this is an excellent thing that we ought to move forward with. We've got some time this year. Let's do it. As far as I'm concerned, Randy and Bert have got to make the call. I haven't taken over yet, so.
I totally agree. I just raised my hand, Rex, and what I was going to say is for the social media posts come to mind, we're frequently highlighting a water. Let's make sure in the text for those, when we put those together, we we say, you know, even if we haven't officially classified it as anything, what that fishery really is. You know, if it's really a family water, let's put the word family in there to cue people in, or if it's for scenery or something like that, you know, let's cue people the right direction when they see this online.
I like that. I like the idea of having sort of subcategories of blue ribbon that would help someone in trying to figure out where to take their family or where to spend their weekend, that they have some more information and they have a sub list of waters. You know, if their number one goal is to get their kids to catch a fish, maybe they should be going to the community fisheries, but be nice to label those blue ribbon fisheries, family fisheries, where there's that is a factor. I mean, that's not in the Hepworth Walker, whether or not a kid could catch a fish with a worm and a bobber. So maybe it should be, I don't know. I'll note that Dave made a comment in the notes. He says, with the diversity of waters in Utah, flat water, streams, rivers, cold water, warm water, and the cross-section of members, cold water, warm water, retail, etc., and the numerous times we've debated this, I feel that the Hepworth Walker scale works. And I do too, to some degree, but I do think that it's cumbersome. I'm not opposed to separating out and clarifying how rivers and streams will be scored relative to flat waters. And I like the idea of trying to characterize waters as subcategories of blue ribbon, and maybe providing more information, as Randy's suggesting, with, you know, if you want to catch a lot of fish, this is your target. But if you want a trophy and you're not going to catch fish very often, maybe you should think about here. Ken?
Well, one thing to think about, blanding number 4, it passed on the Hepworth Walker scale. It was in, and yet we voted it down, and we voted it down for a reason. And so there is a few things in this Hepworth Walker scale that can be improved. I'm not saying do away with it. I'm saying improve it and fine tune it.
Well, our improvement was to add the thumbs up, thumbs down final gut check, really. And that was kind of in recognition of Doug's comments, who said, if everything's special, nothing special. And I think, I forget who brought this up, but these are our products, right? This is what we put our name behind. So that's why we got to make it right. Somebody's got their hand up. Who is that, Dave?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but it seemed to me like Blinding 4 didn't pass because of the scale and because of the amenities. It didn't have the amenities to pass the scale. Is that right or wrong? You're
wrong, but it did pass. It was like 62.45 out of 60. That's in the November minutes that I was looking at this morning that I'll send around later. But it just barely passed. But there were a number of things that members of the council who visited were concerned about. There was an interesting suggestion by Jordan that we consider making it a community fishery for Blanding and Monticello. And I think that's reasonable. Of course, it doesn't do as much for it, quite as much for it as a blue ribbon status might. But, you know, for example, when I was there, you had 10 feet of rocks between the end of the boat ramp and the edge of the water because it was late season and the boat ramp wasn't long enough. There's broken windows in the toilets, the pit toilets that are there. There's garbage all around, but the scenery was stunning. It's just a beautiful place. And I'd probably spend time, if I lived down there, I'd spend time. But from my perspective, it was a bunch of planter rainbows. I couldn't get into any of the bigger fish. Brian Anderson did manage to jig a big bass off the bottom somehow. And, you know, your mileage may vary, but I had a lot more fun going to recapture. And my comment about, is this a body of water you'd like to go back to? Recapture is, but Blanding number 4 is not. So further comments?
I could chime in real fast, Bert. I think, we've had a good conversation for the last, I don't know, 45 minutes or whatever it's been about this. I think listening to everyone, I think there's a general consensus that there's some change that needs to be made. I don't think we know what that change is, but I think within our guts, something's telling us that something's maybe a little bit off about the scoring, and we need to at least look at it a little bit. And, there's probably a lot of options that we could, pursue with that. But, I think this particular group, even though we're all interested in it, I think it's probably a little bit of a large group to have these kind of conversations. So what I would kind of like to do is propose taking this to the Waters Committee. So we're talking, Brian being over that now. Jordan kind of said he'd be involved. It'd be great to maybe get another volunteer or two, and I could work with this group as well. And maybe within that group, we can have some of these conversations and maybe come up with some solutions, some alternatives, and maybe get back with the council in a few months with kind of, what we've discussed, a range of alternatives, and maybe then the larger council can start focusing in on some of these things and start honing it from there, if that seems reasonable to everyone.
That sounds good to me. The other question, though, I'd like to leave us with as we close this discussion is, we talked about the numbers of waters, identified waters in the state being something like 600, 650 total, and only about 40 something are blue ribbon, and that works out to, I think it's 6 or 7%. Is there some percentage cutoff that we should be shooting for? Or should it be the top 5% of the waters in the state? Or does that get silly to try to draw that kind of line to say we can have no more than 37 blue ribbon fisheries in the state? Jordan?
I think we need to define what we want. I just don't know if we have the definition refined enough for blue ribbon fishery, because the definition of blue ribbon fishery should be the basis of what we evaluate in our criteria. That should be like, does it fit this definition? Okay, pass. You get a pass, go, and be evaluated. And I don't know if we really have that. I don't think a percentage should do it. I think it should be, it meets. When we look at watershed restoration initiative projects, they have to meet 3 criteria to be evaluated. And I think that's kind of what we ought to be doing as well. Like if it meets a fishing criteria, aesthetic criteria, and I don't know. I need to give that a little bit more thought, but then you get to be evaluated and categorized within whatever categorization system we may come up with. Just my opinion.
No, it's a good opinion. Mike Fisher has weighed in. What does he have to say here? Mike says, I think for me, the issue is that we are sending anglers to a water that is blue ribbon, and the angler may not even know what exactly that means. Clearly, all of us have a little different expectation of what we or the group we represent wants. Some of this can be covered in outreach, explaining what a water is. Those are very good points. And I would say that they take into account, this is a fishery that is really great for families. This is a fishery that's harder to get to, so you're likely to see fewer people. This is a fishery that has the record lake trout for the state, So I think the problem with this idea of a definition, Jordan, is that everybody's going to have a different definition of what is blue ribbon. And so that's tough. But the more information we can provide to the public, once we have identified a water as being worth going back to, that's my measure, then maybe the public can decide. But go ahead, Jordan.
So I guess in my ideal scenario, we have an evaluation criteria for lakes and streams that are separate. Within those, the very best of the best, like the top 1% or less than 1%, we give it the stamp of blue ribbon fisheries. If you want to give it a percentage, the rest of them, we categorize it as, this is a quality fishery, a trophy fishery, a family fishery, evaluated by the blue ribbon and recommended as a place to go by us, right? Then blue ribbon doesn't get watered down, but we're also doing our job of evaluating the great fisheries that we have, the great resources that we have in our state, and we're sending out the message of what everything is. So I don't know. Still think it needs a lot of work, and I think that we should probably be wrapping up this conversation and letting the Waters Committee just bang their heads against that wall.
I agree. Rex, though, has a comment.
Oh, I'm not. I just a little too much like California, and that's not a state I want to follow. I think we have different demographics here, so I hope that we can take a look at the overall what we've got. I don't think Walker Hepworth is perfect, but it does have the ability to look at flat waters and running waters, and there's been a lot of time and effort put into where we are right now. Do we need fewer or more? I don't think we need more. I honestly don't, but I'm not sure how we want to eliminate the ones that are there. And I just think having an explanation of why this is considered blue ribbon, that's more work that we need to do rather than undoing where they are. So that's just my personal opinion.
Well, in the 6 years that I've been on the council, this is the first year where we haven't even had candidates to consider. So we've identified the numbers, the best of the best so far in the state. Also, we've lost blue ribbon waters due to fire and also, illegal species introduction, although Kolob's back on the list. So I agree. Dave weighed in. He says, was there some correspondence or argument in the beginning of this program with the governor's office or the state legislature that was used to justify the program and appropriated money that we should be careful not to stray from? So that's a good point. We were created by, initially it was an executive decree, but maybe Randy can provide a little bit more, and maybe we should distribute the whatever it was that actually created blue ribbon. Randy, do you have any comments on that? My words are not coming to me right now.
I think that's a good idea. I'm looking into Dave's thing right now. So I'm looking at the text. I think I just found it, and I'll send the link out for it so everyone can take a look at that.
And what category of government action would that be? Is that law, statute, created in statute? I mean, initially it was a governor's proclamation, but that was before it was funded.
It's some kind of executive order I'm looking at right now, but.
Okay, well, Randy will be investigating that, and we'll be sending it around to the council once we've got it in hand. But a good point, very good points. Thank you all. I hope we get to capture some of these notes from the meeting details. I'm not sure if they get recorded or not, or if they disappear.
The meeting is being recorded, so we could go back to them. And I've been taking notes on some of the suggestions that have come down the pipeline. And I just put the executive order that created blue ribbon into the notes, so that's come up. If you look at the text, though, basically what it says is there's one line. It says the council shall identify fisheries throughout the state to be designated as blue ribbon fisheries, without, it appears, much kind of language going with that, setting any kind of criteria.
They left the hard work to the council. which is fine. That's what we're here for. I mean, having to go fish these waters has been just a struggle. No, it's been a great 6 years as I'm coming to the end. So I'm going to wrap that up. And I agree, it's time for the Waters Committee to meet and consider many of these things we've talked about today. So that's definitely going to happen. Also, Randy, so I'm moving into the chair and steering committee report. Yeah, Randy,
Can I say one thing? I'm good with that. I think it's time to take us to the Waters Committee. I can work with Brian, kind of getting things going because it's his first run at things. But this is probably the only real thing the Waters Committee needs to do for the time being is focus in on that. It kind of sounds like Jordan's willing to help out. It would be great to maybe get 1 or 2 more people just to make sure we've got voices of maybe 4 or 5 people in this kind of preliminary phase. So it's not just 2 or 3 people kind of driving the conversation. So if there are a couple people who might be interested in at least jumping into the Waters Committee for at least a short term and have a few meetings to talk about this, I would appreciate that.
Maybe a warm water representative or someone who likes to fish flat waters from their boat. At any rate, we do need more diversity. And I was sensitive to that as previous chair of the Waters Committee, where I realized that I have an affection for cold water species. And so I needed to open my mind to other opportunities. All right, moving on. So chair report, Randy reached out to me about 10 days ago or so and said, hey, with the change in leadership coming, which is underway, how about if we have some kind of a training session that would include all of the folks who've stepped forward to serve. So I guess that would be Rex and Larry. And I think Russ was interested. Maybe we can get Jordan to think about being on the Waters Committee. So I don't know what this training session is really going to look like. And it may be just we start having the committee meetings, but we were hoping that maybe we could talk for an hour or two. One option would be 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. on May 20th, that third Thursday of May, our next meeting before the main meeting begins. Any thoughts on other opportunities or times or further training? Jordan's volunteered to be on the Waters Committee, so. But Rex, I wasn't sure how you felt about further training. And Larry's not here, but.
Bert, I'm open at that particular time. I mean, I'm fine with that. So, and it'd be nice to just be able to sit down and do some talking, some back and forth. So my time frame, I can match that, but if Russ or Larry or Jordan, any of those guys need something a little bit different later that afternoon, I'm not open. I have a friend coming in from England after 3 o'clock that day. So, but that morning certainly, and if there was another day that needed to be picked, I probably could work around it. But yeah, certainly where we're already setting that day aside, if you think we need 2 hours, then that's fine. But I'm maybe an hour and a half, go from 8:30 till 10 or, something like that. That would be up Russ, Larry, Jordan, whoever else wanted to, but I certainly can.
And I guess I guess what I was going to say is I don't think we'd have too much of an agenda for this training. It's not going to be terribly formal. I envision this more of kind of quickly going over the roles for each committee and then maybe having a lot of time for questions and answers just to make sure all these new people who are coming on board these committee assignments feel really comfortable in what their role is.
Yeah, and the committees are new too. They were formed only about 4 years ago, so that's all new. Rex, you have more thoughts?
Well, and just as long as we've read the handbook before we get to that meeting, we should be in pretty good shape for asking questions.
That's a good point. And a second closer look at the Hepworth-Walker scale and the various criteria and how they're weighted. Maybe I could send around, I actually did prepare a PowerPoint on the Hepworth-Walker scale, Jordan, and I could send that around. And I did the calculations for what percentage of total scores are subjective, quote unquote, and what percentage are objective. That would be scored by the council versus scored by biologists. I've got the breakdown of, the total points breakdown in just a couple of slides, 2 different evaluation criteria slides. So maybe that'll be helpful. I'll send that around to this subgroup, whether it be Waters Committee or Outreach or this smaller group. So Randy, do you think meeting at 8:30 on May 20th would work for this training, quote unquote, question and answer period?
Well, I think so, but I'm speaking selfishly from my perspective. It fits into my schedule. So I think, we need to hear from probably Brian, Jordan, and Russ. Rex has already indicated he can make that work to see if that would work for these people.
I'm good.
Okay. Russ says he's good. Does that work for you, Brian?
Sorry?
Oh,
I was going to say.
I think I found my, so we're talking about the 20th.
yeah, 8:30 to 10.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, let's plan on that then. Let's do 8:30 to 10 on that day.
And it works for me because I take the day off from the day job anyway. So that's good. And Rex, I can involve you in preparing the next agenda. One of the last things here is the minutes. As I said, we did get minutes from Lindy a couple days ago. They're from the November meeting. And while that seems like a long time ago, we didn't actually meet in December, but we did meet in January and February. And in March, we had the joint meeting with Habitat Council. And I guess we already have some kind of minutes from the March meeting. So once I distribute these, we're only really 2 full sets of minutes behind. But these November meeting minutes, as you will see, are important because, as I mentioned earlier, we talk about the evaluation process in those minutes. So I'll send those out. I should be able to get those out later today. I might just send to the whole council this PowerPoint that I prepared for November meeting of 2019. And what else is there to discuss? Randy, do you have anything else from the division perspective?
I've got one thing, and I don't have a lot of details, but I'll probably be sending emails out on this. But from a division perspective, we're trying to collectively do a better job of recording hours of volunteer service within our agency. And I have a form that I need people to fill out and sign, but then I was going to show that form during today's meeting, and then I found out they were going to change the form and get back to me here in a few days with a little slightly revised form. So I'm not going to do that. But anyway, more or less, it's going to be kind of a form that I'm going to need signatures on. We'll find a way to see if we can make it done electronically, so you don't have to mail me a form or anything like that. But I think more or less, I just need to have you guys sign your consent that you're going to volunteer. And I think a lot of it's legal mumbo jumbo stuff that applies for people working in the field, assuming that, liability if you get shocked electrofishing or something because you're helping us out. So I think it's a lot of that kind of stuff. But anyway, I'm going to start tracking hours and turning that in. I envision doing most of the work myself because all I really need to do is keep track of a timesheet, so names of people and hours that they had a meeting and stuff like that. But I'm going to have to send out that form for signature. So anyway, I'll get that figured out. We can probably talk about it more next meeting. I'll send out an email with some more information.
And we're meant to start that immediately? logging
I-
these hours?
Yeah, I think immediately. So if I can't do it until I have signatures. So I may try to get signatures between this meeting and next meeting so we can start next meeting getting things signed.
Okay. I mentioned that I attended the Utah Anglers Coalition meeting, which was on April 13th. And Brian was there. Brian is the secretary, keeps minutes. It's chaired by Roger Wilson, and we had a nice presentation from, I believe it was Ryan Mosley, on the Green River. And you know, in the Q&A of Ryan after his presentation, I was just curious to see if he or the division has ever really tried to quantify how much the Green River, specifically the ABC section, the river itself, contributes to the Utah economy. And that's primarily based out of my interests with respect to the fact that, you know, the Green River is a crown jewel of Utah fisheries, from my perspective. And Ryan was surprised me. He said, you know, they did a creel survey for 7 months, and they were able to track licenses and kind of guesstimate licenses that were purchased for people specifically interested in coming to fish the Green River itself. And the estimate they came up with a lot of caveats for, you know, assumptions they made, was that in 2020, the Green River, people visiting the Green River contributed $800,000 to the Utah state economy, with most of that being spent on licenses, but other expenditures, of course, in Daggett County, local guides, fly shops, gas stations, hotels, etc. And I also asked about who's visiting. And they have a lot of out-of-staters, and of course, quite a few folks come from Colorado because it's a fairly easy drive from the major metro centers in Colorado. And those people don't tend to overnight or stay very long. But they were seeing quite a few folks from California coming out to fish Utah's Green River, not surprisingly. Also, Drew Cushing was at that meeting, and he mentioned, we've talked about this before, but I hope to hear more details. There in 2020, likely as a result of COVID, encouraging people to do more outdoors, the division saw a 22 to 23% increase in license sales. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Whether the numbers on the rivers this summer will continue to show this dramatic increase of almost, you know, a quarter, 22 to 23%, we'll see. But I just thought those were two statistics, the $800,000 to the Utah economy thanks to Utah's Green River, and the 20 to 23% increase in license sales. And Randy has a comment. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I know you just threw out a dollar figure. I was a little sidetracked looking up some numbers for you, Bert, but we did have a blue ribbon economic assessment done in 2012. And that assessment did look at economic contribution of various fisheries in the state. I didn't find the exact value for the Green River. It's on a graph looking at the bar. It's probably in the $5 to $6 million range in terms of its contribution to the economy. One thing I will say is that that economic assessment is going on 10 years old. I do plan on bringing forward a project proposal next year to work with the university to get that redone.
And that would be the Utah State University, as I recall. And yes, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I'd probably go there because they're the ones that have done it in the past. So we've got that history with them.
Yeah, it's a deep history of the economic survey. And so I actually meant to mention that at the Utah Anglers Coalition as well, that was in the plans. So I think it's important that we try to quantify the contribution of what we're calling blue ribbon fisheries to the state, and make a point of where these fisheries are, and the fact that money is being spent in throughout the state as a result of people visiting. And also another aspect of this is out-of-state visitors. I've never met so many Californians in Utah as when I went down to Navajo Lake and Newcastle. So anyway, I'm rambling. It's about 2:35. I don't really have anything more to say except I look forward to our meeting ahead of time. I'll get my PowerPoint out and get the minutes out as soon as I can. Brian Anderson is signing off. And so any further comments or new business from members of the council? Randy, any parting thoughts, comments?
Not really. I do appreciate the conversations that people had today. I think it was a good meeting. I know we spent some time talking about the Hepworth Walker scale. I've been at this for 4 years, 5 years, something like that, and seeing a lot of these changes in the scale. And, I think it's time to, kind of put this to bed, I feel like, and, taking a comprehensive look at that and making the refinements, changes, whatever we need to make it something that people are comfortable with. I think it's time for that. So I know we had a long conversation, a lot of good ideas came out, and I appreciate that. Hopefully that gets us kind of pointed in a good direction to have some informed conversations about where we go from here with it.
All right. Anything else from anyone on the council? All right, not hearing any. I would just like to say thank you for the time and thoughtful conversation today. I've got a couple of friends visiting. One of the reasons I went to the Weber River is we're trying to figure out where to go that's not too crowded. So I was doing research where I could take these friends. It's one of my best friends from high school and her husband that both fish. So I'll be showing them Utah Green River. I'll be showing them the Weber River, and I'll be showing them Utah's Blue Ribbon Fisheries. We may go to the Lower Provo on a Friday too. But I hope you all get out and get to fish, and starting to get good. Weather's getting nice. Hope everybody who wants one's gotten a vaccine. And I am just delighted to have had both doses. So looking forward to getting out and fishing Utah's Blue Ribbon Fisheries. Thank you very much. You all have a good one, and we'll see you again on Thursday, May 20th. And the training session will be at 8:30, and the main council meeting will be at 10 a.m. So that's it. Thanks. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye.